part-time with the National Guard. Can you explain that to us? What is the National Guard?
It's a branch from the military, basically. It's just every month I go on like a 2-day. It depends if they need me for more. Like at the beginning of the year, I was doing the COVID mission. That was like 2 months.
So is the National Guard, is a branch of the military that you have to enlist in?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you've enlisted for a certain amount of time?
Yeah, 6 years.
Okay.
I had to go to basic and everything.
Okay. So when did you, how did that happen? How did you come to be a member of the National Guard at such a young age?
Well, when I was a sophomore, I was just looking into what was gonna pay for school and everything like that. And a recruiter came to high school, and he talked to my best friend, and my best friend really wanted to join. So she didn't end up joining, but I did for the college. And yeah, I just joined when I was 17.
So what did you have to do to join?
Enlist, like take the ASVAB test, and then I had to go to basic for my junior year.
Were you said you were 17 when you enlisted?
Yeah.
Were you able to do that when you're not legally an adult?
Yes, with your parents' signature, and then you can do like split ops you get to leave for the summer and then come back, finish your senior year, and then go again for training, for job training.
So your parents signed off on you enlisting when you were 17?
Yes.
Okay. And so when you enlisted, where in school were you? What grade?
I was a junior.
Okay. Did you enlist in the summer, or can you tell me the time frame of how that worked?
So I sworn in March of 2000. I don't know the exact year.
When you were a junior?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then March, I finished my junior year. I went to basic training that summer, and then I came back, finished my senior year, and I graduated early from that. And then that summer, I left for my job training.
Okay. What is basic training?
It's just like general training for the whole military.
Where did you go to do that?
Fort Jackson.
How long did that last?
10 weeks, about 10 weeks.
And you did that the summer between your junior year and your senior year of high school?
Yes.
What kind of things did you do during basic training?
I went in the gas chamber. I learned how to shoot, defend myself. We did a lot of camping outside and just like training of like if somebody were to attack us, what would we do and stuff like that. We did a lot of hiking, like ruck marches.
So a couple things I want to ask you about. What is a gas chamber, if that sounds terrifying? What is that?
Basically, it's like a small room that you go in and you, they leak this gas so you can see how it feels to get bombed at, kind of like gas.
So you sit in the gas chamber and you get gassed?
Yeah, so we have these masks on, and then we all enter the gas chamber. They leak the gas, and then they tell us to remove it. And sometimes they make us do like the Army song or something.
You did that more than once?
No, but like sometimes they do let trainees like say that before they let them out. So just to make sure that we breathe it in. Yeah.
How does it feel?
Horrible.
Does it
Like,
hurt?
yeah, like you can't breathe.
Is that scary?
A little bit.
And then you also mentioned that you learned how to shoot. So did you just take like basic gun training?
Yeah, they teach us how to like disassemble our weapon and stuff like that.
And then you mentioned a ruck march.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what that is?
So you carry this bag that weighs like 50 pounds or something like that. It has like all your camping stuff, training stuff, and you have to do like 8-mile ruck marches, like you just hike with it on. Sometimes, like the longest one we did was 40 miles for 3 days or 4 days.
And you're doing that all as a group?
Yeah.
And then you're camping at night?
Yes.
And then you mentioned some, like, self-defense training. How long did that training last?
That wasn't that long. It was probably like a week. It was just combatives.
Okay. Like hand-to-hand?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And when the 10 weeks of the basic training were over, did you come back home to Perry?
Yes.
And then you went to your senior year of high school?
Yes.
Did you enjoy basic training?
At the time, no, but now I look back at it and it was a good experience.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you graduated high school early. When did you graduate?
I graduated in December.
So December of whatever your senior year was?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you able to graduate early?
I doubled up in classes.
What does that mean?
I took more than, I didn't take as many electives and took my main classes, so I could finish school.
So you had to take more credits per
Yes.
semester?
Yeah.
Why'd you do that?
Because I really didn't want to go back to school after like going to train.
And then you mentioned after you graduated high school you had to do job training.
Mm-hmm.
What is that?
So when you enlist, they give you like a list of options that you can do, like job-wise, and you do that job, like you have to go get trained for it.
Did you get to pick what you want to do?
Yes.
What did you pick?
I picked a cook, culinary specialist.
A culinary specialist is what it's called? Okay. And so you went to job training for being a culinary specialist.
Mhm.
And where was that job training?
Virginia.
Was that also a 10-week program?
Yeah, about.
And what kind of things did you do during that job training?
They just like taught us about invasive, like insects and stuff like that, just about cooking, like different types of meals that you can make. And we also did like training, like more ruck marches and stuff like that too.
Were you like trained how to like cook outside?
Yeah, they showed us how to set up like kitchens outside and like where to get food. Like we have different like rations. I don't know.
Did you enjoy job training?
Yeah.
And then what did you do after job training ended?
I came back home and I started school, college,
College? Where did you start college?
at Lake Erie,
Okay. What were you studying there?
Lakeland. It was Lakeland.
Lakeland? Okay. What were you studying there?
I was studying business.
Did you stay in your classes there?
No.
Why not?
I didn't really like business classes.
So you just stopped going to school. How long did you go to those classes for?
Like a month or two.
Okay. What would that, so that would have been in the fall. Do you know what year?
Like 2020.
Okay, so September, October 2020?
Yeah, yes.
And then what, you mentioned that you, a couple days a month, have to do something for the National Guard. Is that every month?
Yes.
And what is it that you have to go do?
Just, we PMC cars, which is like, make sure they're running for next time we need to use them or anything like that. And we also, I'm a cook, so I cook for the whole company sometimes too. It depends. We have a lot to get done in those few days.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you did a COVID mission.
Yes.
What was that?
In the beginning of the year, COVID was still like big around here, so they didn't have a lot of nurses, so they needed volunteers to go volunteer at hospitals to help them out. So I did that.
Okay, how long did that last?
A month or something.
Okay. What kind of things are you interested in?
I like walking around parks and hanging out with my friends.
Do you have an idea of something you want to do career-wise?
Yes, I want to be a teacher.
Okay. Are you planning on going back to school?
Yes.
Do you have like a set in stone plan for that
Yeah, in January.
in January? And is that going to be back at Lakeland?
Yes.
You're already registered and everything?
Yes.
How tall are you?
Like 5 feet, almost 5'1".
Are you taller than me? Because I'm 5 feet, so.
I don't know.
About the same. And how much do you weigh about?
Right now, like 135.
Do you own a car?
Yes.
What is the make and model of your car?
A Nissan Versa,
What year?
2011.
Who bought that car?
Me.
You did? It's
Yes.
in your name?
Yes.
How did you pay for it?
Just saved up.
Did you buy it
Yes.
outright with cash?
Yes.
How
But
much did that cost?
like 4,000.
When did you buy that?
Um, probably when I was 17
Okay.
or 18. No, 17.
Were you still in high school?
Yes.
Do you know Damien Gutierrez Reynoso?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Well, like we grew up, well, I feel like everyone knows everyone, so I've been knowing him for a while.
Okay, so you can't even remember
No.
how long you've known him?
No.
Just known of him?
Mhm.
So into your childhood?
Probably when I turned like 15 was when like I started hearing about him.
Okay. And did you at any point have a more in-depth relationship than just hearing about him?
Not until fall of 2020.
And what did your relationship turn into then?
We started going out, I guess.
Dating?
Yeah, dating.
Do you see Damien in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point out where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's wearing blue shirt and a suit.
And I'll let the record reflect that the witness is identified.
Shall.
Thank you. So how is it that you and Damien started dating?
We just when we first started talking was because he sent me a picture of a text message of one of my friends talking about me. So I think we just kind of bonded over that, like that he was trying to help me.
What was going on in your life at that time?
My grandpa had just passed away. I really missed all my friends from training, AT, and I felt lost. Like, didn't want to go back to school. My friend had just my best friend had just stopped talking to me for a while, and I don't know. It was just he was there for me.
All this was going on when you first started dating Damien?
Yeah.
So and I'm sorry if you already answered this, when would you say that you guys became official? I don't know. Kids say that.
November of 2020.
Okay. at the beginning of your relationship, what kind of things would you guys do together?
The first time we ever like went out on a date, we went to go get ice cream
Okay. Do you remember where?
at Mally's,
Do you remember what you got?
like this peanut butter nut thing, sundae.
Do you remember if it was good?
Yeah, it was really good.
What other kind of things would you guys do together?
We would just go out to eat a lot.
How much time would you spend together?
A lot of time, like every day.
Okay. Did you ever live together?
Yes.
When was that?
June of 2021.
Where did you live?
Euclid.
Was it in a house, an apartment?
It was an apartment.
Okay. Whose idea was it to move in together?
Mine.
Why? Why do you want to move in together?
Because, well, we were always together already, and at his like grandma's house, sometimes they would walk in, like her grandma would walk in on us, and felt like I had no space. Like I just wanted.
You guys wanted your own space?
Yeah.
Okay. So you found an apartment in Euclid?
Yes.
How much was the rent?
$730.
Was there a down payment? Or
Yes.
a deposit?
Yes.
Do you remember how much that was?
Like 2 times the rent.
Okay. And did you have utility bills while you were living there?
Yes.
How did you guys split the financial aspect of it?
We would always just figure it out.
Okay, so you both were paying the rent?
Yes.
Both were paying the bills?
Yes.
Utilities, stuff like that? Okay. Did Damien have a car also?
No.
Did he use your car?
Yes.
How would you describe your relationship with Damien?
It was just very toxic.
And what do you mean by that?
Like we would argue a lot.
How often?
A lot. I don't know.
Like every day?
No, like probably like 3 times a week.
And would these arguments be bickering back and forth, or would they be like pretty intense screaming? How do you describe them?
Sometimes they were just bickering back and forth. Sometimes they were screaming. Sometimes.
How long were you and Damien together?
For like a year and a month.
A year and a month?
Yeah, something like that.
Was your relationship toxic this way for the entirety of the relationship?
No, not in the beginning. But
When did you
like
say that started?
in January, I think, is when it started getting toxic.
So you started dating in November 2020. You say January 2021 is when it started getting toxic?
Yes.
You still moved in with him?
Yes.
When did you break up?
Like the first or second week of, or somewhere in December.
Of 2021?
Yes.
What was going on when you broke up?
We were in Mexico, and we were already like, it was already like the end, and we had an argument, and that's when I was like, okay.
So you broke up with him?
Yes.
Why were you in Mexico?
Usually like my family, like my brother, my sister, and me go to Mexico in December just to go visit my family, because most of my family is over there.
You have family that lives in Mexico?
Mhm.
Where in Mexico?
Irapuato, Guanajuato.
I don't know where that is, so
Yeah.
I don't know why I asked. So you were there visiting family. Were your brother and sister there?
Yes, my brother was already there. He left early, like in November, and my mom had asked me if I wanted to go to Mexico and like with my sister, because she has anxiety and she can't really do things by herself.
So your mom asked you to go with her.
Yes.
Did you ask Damien to come with you?
Well, my mom asked me, and then she just assumed that he would be coming with me because, yeah.
Okay, so both of you went to Mexico?
Yes.
And did you buy your tickets?
My mom got us the tickets.
She bought your ticket and Damien's ticket?
Yes.
Okay. And how long were you supposed to be staying in Mexico for?
A month, like, yeah, like 4 weeks.
Okay, do you remember when you were supposed to be coming back?
Like on the 6th or 7th of January.
Okay, so if you were supposed to be there for 4 weeks, you went at the beginning of December, would you say?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said a couple minutes ago that it was already the end, and then you got in an argument and you broke up with him.
It was the beginning of when we left.
What do you mean by that?
Like, the first week that I got to Mexico, we had an argument, and that's when I was done with him, and I told my mom to get him a ticket back home.
Okay, so this was, how long had you been in Mexico at this point?
Like a week or two.
Did your mom get him a ticket back home?
Yes.
So how did that work? Was he staying with you and your family in Mexico?
Yes.
So how did that logistically work out? Did he stay with you until?
Well, we got him an Uber to get, like, he has family not that far away from where I live.
In
So,
Mexico?
yeah. So I got him an Uber to his family's house, and they took him to the airport and everything.
Okay, so once he got the Uber to his family's house, you didn't see him again in Mexico?
No.
Okay. And then how much longer did you stay in Mexico for?
I stayed the whole time.
I'm sorry?
Or, I stayed until January 3rd because I had to come back for the COVID mission early, so.
Okay. When this happened, when you guys broke up while you were in Mexico, were you still living together in that apartment?
Yes, before he came back, my mom went to go get all my military stuff from the apartment. And then, but yeah, we were still living together.
Okay. Had you signed a lease?
Yes.
Had both of you signed it?
Yes.
Was it a year-long lease?
Yes.
And how long had you been living in the apartment at that point?
Like 5 or 6 months.
Okay. So you still had time left on your lease?
Yes.
So how, did you move out of the apartment and Damien stayed at the apartment?
Yes, I wanted the apartment, but he wouldn't give it to me. Like, he didn't want to leave the apartment.
So did you have to do something to get your name off of the lease?
Yes, but I never did anything. Because I just assumed he would still be paying for it.
Do you know if he did stay in that apartment?
No, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay. And so you said while you were in Mexico and while Damien was still in Mexico, you had your mom go to the apartment. And what did she pick up for you there?
All my military stuff.
So did you have other stuff there other than your military stuff?
Yes.
What else did you have there?
Just like shoes and clothes.
Your belongings, basically,
Yeah.
because you were living there? But you didn't have your mom get all that stuff?
No.
Why not?
I was just worried about my military stuff because it's a lot of money and I would have to be paying out of pocket.
When you got back home after Mexico, where did you go?
To my parents' house.
Did you ever go back to the apartment?
No.
Did you ever go back to get your things?
No.
Where'd you go to live once you came back from Mexico?
To live?
Yeah.
My parents.
Okay. And is that where you had lived before you moved in with Damien?
Yes.
When you came back in January, did you see Damien?
When I came back?
Mhm.
No.
Did you talk to him at all when you came back?
I did talk to him.
Did you talk, like, let me go back a little bit, that was a little confusing. So you broke up in like mid-December. You came back January 3rd. Between mid-December and January 3rd, did you talk to Damien at all?
Like, see him?
Talk to him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see him?
No.
Okay. When did you talk to him?
Like on New Year's.
Okay. What happened on New Year's?
We just talked, like, about getting back together.
Okay. And how did that conversation end?
I, like, came to my senses and I was like, no, I actually don't want to get back together. So then after that, just blocked him again.
Okay, so you said blocked him again. So you had blocked him before?
Yes.
And when you say blocked, what do you mean?
Like, so he can't call me or text me?
So when you had broken up with him while you were in Mexico, had you done that?
Yes.
And how do you block somebody?
Well, it depends on where.
Okay.
Like, I was calling him and talking to him on Instagram, so I just clicked on the profile and blocked him.
Is that the only way that you guys ever communicated, was through Instagram?
After December, yes.
Okay. But he had your phone number?
Yes, but it was blocked.
Okay, and how'd you do that?
You just click on the number and scroll down, and it says like block user, something.
And so the effect of that is that that person can't call you?
Correct.
Did you block him on anything else other than your phone and Instagram?
On Snapchat and I think that was it. Or Facebook, but no, he doesn't. No, that's
Not
it.
Facebook?
No.
Okay. And Snapchat and Instagram, are those social media apps?
Yes.
Are you able to message and call on those apps?
Yes.
Okay, with other users?
Yes.
So when you had that conversation with Damien on New Year's, did you have to unblock him in order to have that conversation?
Yes.
And that was on Instagram?
Yes.
And then you said you blocked him again after you came to your senses.
Yes.
So you, and that was also on Instagram, you reblocked him on Instagram.
Yes, correct.
When was the next time you talked to Damien?
Like mid-February.
Okay. How did that come about?
I just called him one night and we met up and we hooked up.
So you unblocked him
Yes.
and you called him
Yes.
and you hung out that night?
Yes.
Okay. After that night, what was going on with you and Damien?
We were just talking that week.
Did you leave him unblocked?
Yes.
What were you texting, or what were you talking to him through one of those apps?
Yeah, on Instagram.
Is Instagram the only place you unblocked him?
Yes.
And so that week, were you messaging back and forth?
Yes.
Did you see him again in person that week?
Not until Saturday. Oh, yeah, I did. I did see him that week.
Okay, when did you see him?
On, I don't know the exact day,
Okay.
but I
Sometime
did
during
see
the week.
him.
What did you guys do when you saw him the second time?
He gave me a cat.
He gave you a cat?
Yes.
Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, I really wanted a cat, so I asked him if he could get me one.
Okay. And he went and bought you a cat?
Yes.
And did he bring the cat to you?
Yes. Or he wasn't like the same. His cousin lives in the same complex as me, so I picked him up kind of because he was already at his cousin's. Yeah.
Where'd you guys go after that?
We went to go get supplies for the cat.
Okay. And did you take the cat home with you?
Yes.
Did you see Damien again after the cat and before Saturday?
No.
During this time that you guys were, this kind of week time frame where you're talking back and forth, he buys you a cat, are you talking about getting back together?
Yes.
And what were those conversations like?
It was just like, I don't want to get back together. And he was like, I don't want to get back together.
So you told him that you did not want to get back together? When was that?
Probably when I got the cat.
Did you tell him in person?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did he say when you said you didn't want to get back together?
That he's not trying to get back together.
Okay.
Just saying, okay, I understand.
Okay. And then you guys you went home with the cat. When is the next time you saw Damien?
On Saturday.
Okay. And so would that be Saturday, February 19th?
Yes.
And that's 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you see each other on Saturday?
I was gonna pick up some shoes and yeah, just some shoes.
You were going to pick up some shoes from where?
His grandma's house.
Where is his grandma's house?
On Hines Street, like in the corner of Hines Street, or St. Clair. St. Clair?
The corner of Pine Street in St. Clair?
Yeah.
Do you know the exact address?
No.
Had you been there before?
Yes.
Okay. Why were your shoes at his grandma's house?
Because he had all my clothes
Why did he have all
from
your
the
clothes?
apartment.
I'm sorry?
I left all my stuff in the apartment.
Okay. And so, how had all your clothes gotten from the apartment to Damien's grandmother's house?
I don't know. I think he brought them there.
How did you know that he had all your clothes there?
He just told me, and then I saw them on Saturday.
Was that during that week in February that you were talking back and forth?
Yeah.
Okay.
That he told me about the clothes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Why did you need to go and pick up shoes on Saturday?
Because I was gonna go out that night, and I needed shoes. I didn't really have heels or anything like that.
So did you call him or text him and ask him if you could come over?
Yeah.
And that was on Saturday?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you go over to his grandmother's house?
Yes.
And that is the house on the corner of Hines Street and North St. Clair?
Yes.
Is that in Painesville?
Yes.
Lake County,
Yes.
Ohio?
Yes.
And what happened when you went over there on Saturday?
I just picked out some shoes that I was gonna take.
You went inside the house?
Yes.
Did you see Damien?
Yes.
About what time of day?
I don't remember. It was like, yeah.
Do you remember if it was dark out?
It wasn't.
It was not dark out?
No.
It was still light out?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did you stay over there?
For like 10 minutes, 5 minutes.
Did you have any conversation with Damien?
Yeah.
Do you remember what that conversation was?
Something like, what are you doing today? I just said I'm going out.
So you told him that you were planning on going out?
Yes.
Did you tell him where you were going?
No.
Where were you going?
To a baile.
And what is a baile?
Basically they have live music and you just go dance.
During that 10-minute time frame that you were at Damien's grandma's house, how were things like between you two?
Can you repeat that?
You were at Damien's grandma's house for 10 minutes getting the shoes, right? What was like was there any tension between the two of you?
No.
Did you argue at all?
No.
Did you show any like affection? Were you kissing or any hugging, anything like that?
No.
And Does Damien live at that house? His grandmother's house?
I don't know.
Okay.
He was living there before
Before what?
we moved out.
Before you moved out?
Yes.
Okay. So it was not strange for you to go to his grandmother's house to pick up
No.
things that he had?
No.
Did you know him to stay there?
Yes.
What did you do after you got the shoes?
I left to go pick up my friend, Maddie.
Your friend Maddie?
Mhm.
Okay. Was she going to the Violet with you?
Yes.
Okay. Where does she live?
On Cedar Brook.
In Painesville?
Yes.
So you picked her up?
Yes.
What did you do after you picked her up?
We got ready at my house.
Do you remember what you were wearing?
That night,
Mhm.
when I went out,
Mhm.
some like light wash jeans and this shirt that wrapped around. This black shirt.
That's what you mean when you say you're getting ready, right? You were getting dressed and...
My makeup and everything,
Okay.
yes.
What kind of shoes did you put on?
Some wedges, some black wedges.
Are those the shoes you picked up from Damien's grandma's house?
Yes.
Okay. Were you wearing socks with the wedges?
No,
Did you have a coat on?
no,
And this was February
yes.
2022 in the Cleveland area. Wasn't it cold?
Yeah,
So why weren't you wearing a coat or boots?
Because-
Something warmer.
well, in my head it's like we're gonna go in the car that's already warmed up, and then we're gonna be in the car, and then just walk to the club or whatever, the bar, whatever we're going to. So we're not gonna be outside for a long time.
So you didn't really think you needed
No.
a coat or
No.
warmer shoes or warmer clothes.
Mhm.
Where was this Violet located?
And on Cleveland,
In Cleveland?
I think it's like Alliance, Brook, I have no idea.
No. Is it held at a venue?
Yeah, it's in a venue.
Do you know what the venue's called?
Alliance Center, the Alliance Center?
And it's somewhere in Cleveland.
Yes.
Do you remember how long it took you to drive from your house to Violet?
It's like 40 minutes.
40 minutes? Are the Violets held in different venues, or is it always in that place?
Mostly in that one.
Have you been to Violets there before?
Yes.
So you and Maddie were gonna go. Is anyone else gonna go with you?
Yes, Juan, my guy friend.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, we did pick up, my friend Lizbeth Razzo.
So you and Maddie are getting ready together at your house. You get ready. What do you do next?
So, we're done getting ready, we're in the car, we go pick up my friend, cause she lives in the same complex.
And that's Lizbeth.
Yes,
Who was driving?
me,
Was it your car?
yes.
Why were you driving?
I'm the only one that, well, cause I always drive, I like driving.
Okay. And then you, after you picked up Lizbeth, what did you do?
We went to go pick up my friend Juan.
And where does Juan live?
On Southington, it's like a street inside Cedarbrook.
Okay, and that's also in Painesville?
Yes,
So everyone's kind of right in the same area?
yes.
Were you all planning on drinking that night?
No,
Okay. Were your friends planning on drinking?
yes,
You were not planning on drinking though.
no,
Were you, is that because you were driving?
yeah, mostly.
Would you refer to yourself as a designated driver?
Yes, kind of.
What does that mean to you, designated driver?
I have to get all these people home safe.
Once you picked everybody up, where'd you go next?
We went to go get gas at Shell's.
At a Shell gas station?
Yeah.
Okay. And when you got there, what did you do?
I pumped gas.
What did your three friends do?
They went inside to go get some alcohol.
Some alcohol? And did they get alcohol?
Yeah.
What did they get?
They got like a tea, a twisted tea.
Okay. Is that an alcoholic
Yes.
drink? What does it come in? Can, a bottle?
It comes in like cans. They got a tall boy though.
Okay. How many did they get?
Just one each.
All three of them got one each?
I don't remember if Lizbeth got anything.
Okay.
I don't remember her. I actually don't remember ever bringing her.
Do you remember, but you do remember, did Maddie get a twisted tea?
Yes.
And did Juan get a twisted tea?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a twisted tea?
No.
And about what time was this that you're at the gas station, pumping gas, they're getting their drinks?
Like around 9. Like 9.
PM?
Yes.
So after you leave the gas station, where do you go?
We drive down to the baile.
And so you're in the driver's seat. Where's everybody else sitting?
Well, they're just sitting. One's in the passenger seat.
Who's in the passenger seat?
Maddie.
Okay. And then Juan and Elizabeth are sitting in the back seat?
Yes.
Okay. Are Juan and Maddie drinking their twisted teas?
Yes.
Did you have any of either of their twisted teas?
Yes, I took a sip off of Maddie's
Took a sip
twisted
of Maddie's?
tea.
How many sips did you take?
I don't remember, but it was more than one.
More than one? And that's while you were driving downtown to the baile?
Yes.
Why would you take a couple or more than one sip of her twisted tea if you were supposed to be the designated driver?
I mean, I usually like don't get drunk off of a few sips, like, so just to unwind, I think. I don't know,
Okay.
just 'cause
Did you feel any sort of effect from those few sips that you took?
no.
And you said that that drive from Painesville to where the baile was takes about 40 minutes?
Yes.
So about what time did you get there?
Like 10.
Did you have any more of the twisted tea before you went inside?
No.
Did you have any other substance before you went inside?
No. I did smoke
Okay. What did you smoke?
off a dab.
What's a dab?
Like a cart. It's like just this pen that you can heat up, and it heats up like, I think it's like dabs or
Is
something
it like
like
a
that.
like a vape pen?
Yeah.
And you can put some sort of cartridge on top of it?
Yes.
You can hit a button and you can inhale
Yes.
something? What's in the cartridge?
Dabs,
Of what?
marijuana.
Okay. How many times, was it your vape pen?
No.
Whose was it?
Juan's.
How many times did you hit that?
Probably like 2 times.
Okay. Why did you do that?
Just because I wanted to. I don't know.
Make sure you're keeping your voice
Yeah,
up, okay?
I couldn't hear that last.
Can you repeat that last answer?
Just because it was there. I wanted to. I don't know.
Okay. And what did you do with the vape pen after you took those couple of hits?
I just gave it back to Juan.
Okay. Do you know what he did with it?
No.
Okay. Then what did you do?
Then we went inside.
Did you feel any effects from the marijuana at that point?
Yeah.
Like, what were you feeling?
Just calm.
Okay. So then you went inside the baile, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you describe it?
So when you go in, Well, I just went inside. Like, what do you mean, can I describe it?
Well, okay, let's get, you walk inside, is there security?
Yes.
Okay, so do you have to show your IDs to get in?
Yeah, yes, usually.
Usually, what do you mean usually?
Well, it's different, like, security guards all the time, and they all do whatever they want.
Okay, so sometimes you have to show your ID.
Yes,
Sometimes you don't have to show your ID.
correct.
Do you have to be 21 to get into the ballet?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Do they give out like any sort of stamps or wristbands?
Yes,
What do they give out?
wristbands.
Do you know, do they give everybody a wristband?
It depends. Like, usually, sometimes they do. They just give it out. They just give them out.
So whoever's walking in gets a wristband?
Yeah.
Do you remember if that's what happened on this night?
Yes.
You got a wristband?
Yeah.
Okay. Did your wristband say something on it?
Yeah, it said 21 plus.
It said 21 plus?
Mhm.
Okay. You were not 21 plus, right?
No.
Okay. Did you have a fake ID?
No.
Did you show a fake ID to anybody to get that
No.
wristband? Did it cost money to get in?
Yes.
How much?
$40.
Per person?
Yes.
Okay. Do they sell alcohol there?
Yes.
Did you buy any alcohol there?
No.
Did you drink any alcohol there?
No.
Did your friends buy or drink any alcohol there?
Yes.
Did you see them drinking?
Yes.
Do you know what they were drinking?
This whiskey, Buchanan.
Okay. You didn't drink any alcohol at the Violet?
No.
Why not?
Just 'cause I don't really like liquor.
Okay. So what's going on inside the venue of the Violet? Like, describe it to me.
So everyone's just dancing. And we didn't know those type of dances. Like, it was cumbia. There's different dances. And some of them are slow, like with a partner, and the other ones are like more fast-paced. So we were just standing there watching them.
And are these different styles of dances?
Yes.
Okay. And you didn't know how to do the style of dance that was being done that night?
Correct.
Was there live music?
Yes.
How long did you stay at the ballet?
For like an hour, an
Okay.
hour and a half.
Hour and a half?
Yeah.
Did you leave after that?
Well, my friend Juan wanted to go to this club because it was like All-Star Weekend. So he was just showing me this flyer, and we decided to go there.
Why did you decide to leave the ballet?
Because it wasn't like the type of dances that we knew, so we were just standing there.
So about what time would you say you left?
Like 11:30. I don't know.
Around 11:30?
Yeah, around 11:30.
Did you leave with everyone you came with?
Yes.
So Maddie, Juan, and Lisbeth?
Mhm.
Once you left, where did you go?
One of Lizbeth was a little too drunk, so we decided to take her to her sister's house
And
before
where's
we
her
went to
sister's
the
house?
club. In Euclid. I don't know the exact place.
And were you driving?
Yes.
Were you still feeling the effects of the marijuana at that point?
A little bit.
Did you feel any effects from the twisted tea at that point?
No.
So you drove Lisbeth home, or not home, to her sister's house in Euclid?
Correct.
Did anything happen on the drive?
She threw up.
She threw up in your car?
Yes.
Did it get like on everything?
No, I had a bag in there they had a bag from the Twisted Teas.
Okay. Did you drop Lisbeth off?
Yes.
What did you do after that?
After that, we went to the club.
Do you remember what the club was called?
No.
Do you remember where it was?
No. I remember it being like in Cleveland, but not downtown.
Okay, outside of Cleveland somewhere?
Yeah.
Did you have any, had you been there before?
No.
Did you have any indication of whether you were on the east side or the west side?
No.
Did you go into the club?
Yes.
Did Maddie and Juan go in with you?
Yes.
Did you have to show your ID to get into the club?
No.
Did you have to get a wristband or a stamp or anything like that?
No.
What kind of music was the club playing?
Reggaeton.
What's that?
Like, Spanish trap music, kind of.
Spanish trap music?
Yeah.
Okay. About what time would you say you got to that club?
I'm not sure. Like 12, maybe. 12, around 12.
Around 12 midnight?
Yeah.
Did you drink any alcohol there?
Yes.
What did you drink?
I drank 2 Sex on the Beach.
What's Sex on the Beach?
It's vodka and cranberry juice.
How did you get those drinks?
A guy that came with us bought me some.
What do you mean came with you?
So at the baile, this guy was just there, and I like danced with him before, like I knew him, and I just told him like, oh, like we're leaving, we're gonna go to this club, and he's like, okay, well, let me come with you guys. So.
Did he ride with you in the car?
No, he was just following. He followed me from Euclid, like to go drop her off and everything, and then we went to the club after that.
Okay. So when you guys were inside the club, this guy bought you 2 Sex on the Beach drinks?
Yes.
Okay. At the same time?
Yes.
Okay, so you were handed both cups at the same time?
Yes.
How long did it take you to drink both of those drinks?
Probably like 5 minutes,
Okay,
10
so
minutes.
you drank them pretty quickly
Yes.
together? How big was the cups that they were in?
Probably like that big.
And were they full?
Kind of, like not to the rim or anything like that.
Did you drink anything else that night while you were at the club?
No.
Did your friends drink anything?
Yes. I know my friend Maddie had 2 too.
Did she finish both of hers?
No.
Okay. Did you finish one of hers for her?
Yeah, me and Juan were finishing it.
Okay. How much of that do you think you drank?
Probably like not even half.
Less than half?
Yeah.
So you had your 2, then you had whatever you were sharing of Maddie's. And what time frame did you have all 3 of those drinks?
In the beginning, like right when we got there.
Okay. And how long after you drank your 2 drinks did you have part of Maddie's?
Like right, we got them at the same time. So
Okay.
like probably like right after she was like, okay, I'm done.
So those 2 and about a half drinks, you drank them pretty much all at the same time?
Mhm.
Okay. That was right around the time you got there?
Mhm.
And you said that was about midnight?
Yeah.
How did you feel after you had those drinks?
I felt good. Like
Were you feeling the effects of them?
a little bit.
Okay, what were you feeling?
Like good. Like I wanted to keep dancing.
Okay. Were you stumbling?
No.
Were you slurring your words?
No.
Did you throw up?
No.
How much time would you say had passed between when you drank that twisted tea and then drank those 2.5 drinks?
Probably like, probably 2 hours.
Okay. And what about between the time that you smoked that vape pen and had those 2.5 drinks?
Like an hour, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was like, cause I did it like right before I went inside. So maybe the Twisted Tea was more like 3 hours. And then the substance, or the dab pen was like 2 hours.
So some time had passed between the Twisted Tea and then the vape pen and then the 3 mixed drinks at the club.
Yeah.
Would you have characterized yourself as being drunk after you drank those 3 drinks?
No.
So what did you do after you drank those drinks?
Just dance.
For how long?
For like 2 or 3 hours.
Okay. Did you have anything else to drink while you were at the club?
No.
How long did you stay at the club for?
Until like 3 or something like that.
3 in the morning?
Yeah.
At some point during this night, did Damien contact you?
Yes.
How did he contact you?
On Instagram.
Okay. How did he contact you on Instagram?
He was calling me.
Okay. How do you call someone via Instagram? Explain that to me.
So basically, like all social networks have like private messages, and then you can call, video, and it just shows up like when someone is calling you, it just shows up like their username, and then like the button's like a regular phone call.
Okay. And how long have you had an Instagram account?
Me? Since I was like 13 or 14.
A long time.
Yeah, a long time.
So you're pretty familiar with how Instagram works and how to
Yes.
use it? Okay. So Damien called you on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the call as it was coming in?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were?
Yes.
Where?
In the bathroom.
In the bathroom where?
In the club.
At the club, not the Violet?
No.
Okay. What did you think when you saw that call come through to your phone?
I just rolled my eyes, and I was just like,
Why did you roll your eyes?
Hold on, you gotta keep your voice up.
Okay.
You gotta concentrate on it. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry?
So, what did you do when you saw that phone call come in?
I just rolled my eyes and showed Maddie, and I just was just like,
Why did you roll your eyes?
because he usually does that, like blows up my phone. So I was just like, what does he want, kind of.
And at this point, he called you one time?
Yes.
Okay.
Or I don't know if by the time I showed Maddie, no. I think that was the first time I seen it, that
Okay.
he was calling me.
But he had called you already?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know how many times?
No, I didn't check.
Okay. But you knew that there had been calls?
Yes.
From his Instagram account?
Yes.
At that moment, when you saw that call, did you think you knew what had prompted him to call you?
Yes.
What did you think?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you answer that phone call?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to speak to him.
Did he call you again?
Yes.
More than once?
That whole night,
Well, just while you were there at the club?
he called me like more than 40 times.
Okay. Had you used Instagram to talk to Damien on the phone before, like a phone call?
Instagram?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And had you used it to message him before?
Yes.
Can I approach you, Honor?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5A through 5U. I'm gonna ask you to take a second and look through those, and let me know when you've familiarized yourself with those exhibits. What are those?
Just screenshots of that night, the conversation.
On Instagram, when you have a communication with somebody or a conversation with somebody, is there like one place where it all shows up?
Yes.
And then as the user, are you able to go back through?
Yes, it keeps a track of like the phone calls, the incoming calls, the ones you picked up, messages.
Okay, and so in those exhibits, those are screenshots of your interactions with Damien on Snapchat, I'm sorry, on Instagram?
Yes.
From that night, the 19th into the 20th?
Yes.
Who took those screenshots?
I did.
Why did you take those?
Just to have them. I don't know, that was the first thing I did.
When did you take them?
Like, on a Tuesday.
And what day of the week was this when you're out at the club?
Sunday, like 2 o'clock in the morning, or when I'm out of the club.
So it was Saturday night when you guys went out, Sunday, turned into
Mhm.
Sunday while you were out.
Yeah.
But you took those screenshots on a Tuesday?
Yes, correct.
Where did you take them from?
My phone.
And I move to admit and publish States Exhibit 5A through U.
Is there any objection to 5A through you?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, they're admitted.
Okay, Michelle. I'm gonna have you look up at the screen. That's States Exhibit 5A, and you also have that in front of you, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so can you explain to the jury what we're looking at?
Just the first call that I got from him that night.
So, up at the top here, you see it says Big Boss Demon,
Mhm.
3 M's. What is that?
That's his username,
Whose username?
Damien.
Okay. And the call that you're referring to coming in, is there a timestamp on that call?
Yes.
What is that timestamp?
2:13.
AM?
Yes.
And when we're looking at this, you see that there's a little bubble that says audio call. And this is on the left side of the screen. And then below that, there's a bubble that says missed audio call. Was that one call or 2 calls?
That's one call.
Okay. So that 2:13 AM call, that's the first call that came through from Damien?
Yes.
And then you responded, what did you respond with?
Hello.
Why did you say that?
Because I was wondering what he wanted.
Okay. And what happens after you say hello?
He calls me again.
Is there a timestamp on that call?
2:16.
AM?
Yes.
Did you answer that call?
No.
What happens after that 2:16 call comes in?
He texts me, hey.
And did you respond?
Yeah.
And what did you say?
Hey.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit. I apologize. State's Exhibit 5B. What are we looking at here?
He asked me what I'm doing.
Okay, so is this a continuation of that?
Yes.
5A? So you say, hey, Beth, and then what does he say?
What are you doing?
Is that what WYD means?
Yes.
And then after the WID, there's another call that comes in.
Yes.
What time is that call stamped at?
2:28.
AM?
Yes.
Did you answer that call?
No.
And then what happens after that 2:28 call comes in?
He's like, he says baby.
Okay, and what do you say in response?
Don't call me baby.
Why do you say that?
Because we had already made it clear that we're not getting back together.
And does he respond to you when you say, don't call me baby?
Yes.
What does he say?
Okay.
What happens after he says okay?
He calls me again.
Is there a timestamp on that call?
2:30
AM?
a.m.
I'm going to move to States Exhibit 5C. States Exhibit 5C. After that 2:30 AM call, did you answer that call?
No.
Right underneath that 2:30 AM call, and the missed audio call below it, do you see that bubble that says post unavailable?
Yes.
And it says this post is unavailable? Is that how that came through on the night, in the early morning hours of the 20th when this was happening?
No.
What was there instead?
He posted a picture of me.
Who's he?
Damien.
And when you say he posted a picture to you, what do you mean of you?
Like, personal. That was only for him.
But posted it.
Yeah.
Did he send it to you in this thread?
Yes.
Did he put it anywhere else?
I mean, he posted it. It said
Okay.
that he posted it.
What do you mean by posted? Like, explain it to me like I don't know what
Like,
it
he
is.
posted online, like, to the whole feed, so his followers could see.
Okay, so to his Instagram account, he posted a picture, and then he sent that post in a message to you. And what was the picture of?
Of me.
Okay. What were you doing in the picture?
It was just an inappropriate photo of me.
Were you doing anything in particular, or were you just kind of just there?
No, I don't remember.
Were you wearing any clothes in the picture?
I don't remember.
Well, you said it was inappropriate.
Yeah.
How was it inappropriate?
I was just, I don't know. I don't remember.
But you remember that it was inappropriate?
Yeah.
But you can't remember what the picture was
Yeah.
of?
He put, like, he deleted it right away after
But
that.
you saw it?
Yeah.
After that part where it says post unavailable, what comes next in the thread?
Another call.
Okay. And what time stamp is on that call?
2:31.
AM?
Yes.
Did you answer that call?
No.
Does another call come in after that 2:31 call?
Yeah, 2:33.
33 AM? Did you answer that call?
No.
States Exhibit 5D. After that 2:33 AM call, do you say anything?
Yeah.
What do you say?
I can't talk.
Why do you say that?
Because I didn't want to talk to him.
After you say I can't talk, then what happens?
He calls me again.
And is there a timestamp on that call?
Yes.
What's the timestamp?
2:39.
AM?
Yes.
Did you answer that call?
Yes.
Okay. And right underneath the audio call at 2:39, it says audio call ended. Is that when that call was ended? that you
Yes.
answered? Okay. What timestamp is on the call ended notification?
2:40 a.m.
Okay. So about a minute conversation. When you answered the phone, who was on the other line?
Damien.
How did you know it was Damien?
Just because of his voice.
You recognize his voice? What did he say?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you said?
Yeah, I just said I can't talk.
After that call ends, does another call come in?
Yes.
Is it time stamped?
Yes.
What time?
2:40 a.m.
And is that the same time that the previous call that you answered is time stamped as having ended?
Yes.
After that 2:40, did you answer that 2:40 a.m. call?
No, I didn't.
After that 2:40 a.m. call, is there another call that comes in?
Yes.
And what time does that call come in?
2:41
a.m. Correct.
a.m.
And did you answer that call?
No.
States Exhibit 5E. After that 2:41 a.m. call that you didn't answer, is there another call that comes in?
Yes.
What time does that call come in?
2:41 again.
Did you answer that call?
No.
After that 2:41 a.m. call comes in, is there another call that comes in?
Yes.
What time does that call come in?
2:43 a.m.
Did you answer that call?
No.
After the 2:43 a.m. call, is there another call that comes in?
Yes.
What time did that call?
2:45.
Did you answer that call?
No.
Turning to States Exhibit 5D, I'm sorry, F. After the 2:45 a.m. call, is there another call that comes in?
Yes.
What time is that call?
2:45.
So same minute?
Yes.
Did you answer that call?
No.
After the 2:45 a.m. call, the second one, is there another call that comes in?
Yes.
What time does that call come in?
2:53 a.m.
Did you answer that call?
No.
States Exhibit 5G. Is there another call that comes in there?
Yeah.
And what time did that call come in?
At 2:50.
2:53?
53 a.m.
Did you answer that call?
No.
Does another call come in after the 2:53 a.m. call?
Yes.
And what time does that call come in?
2:59
a.m.?
a.m.
And did you answer that call?
No.
And is there another call that comes out in after that 2:59 call?
Yeah, 3:01 a.m.
Did you answer that call?
No.
Did you make any response?
Yes.
What did you say?
I said I'm out.
What did you mean by that?
Like I'm outside, like I'm out.
So at this point, had you walked out of the club?
No.
Okay.
I just meant like I'm out, like
Oh,
in general.
you're out.
Mhm.
Did you mean that in, as to say you can't talk?
Yeah.
About what time did you leave the club then?
Like around 3.
Around 3? So would it have been around the time that this last message that you sent was? I know.
No. Probably like 15 minutes after that.
Okay. So around 3.
Yeah, around something.
Who left with you?
Juan and Maddie.
Who drove?
Me.
In your car?
Yes.
You had been drinking that night, right?
Yes.
Why did you drive after you were drinking?
I was okay to drive.
When you say you were okay to drive, what does that mean?
Like I was good. I wasn't stumbling. I wasn't slurring or anything like that.
Hold on, you gotta answer that again, you gotta keep the voice up, okay?
I wasn't like slurring or tripping over myself or anything like that.
At that point, did you feel any effects from the alcohol that you had drank?
No.
Did you feel any effects from the marijuana that you had smoked?
No.
Did you feel that you were impaired to drive?
No.
Where did you go after leaving the club?
After leaving, I dropped off Maddie or Juan. I'm not sure who I dropped off first.
Okay, but you went to go drop off Maddie and Juan.
Mhm.
But they live in Painesville.
Yes.
So you drove from wherever in Cleveland the club was to Painesville.
Yes.
Do you remember what route you took?
The one that you get off on Fairport, that, is it Route 20?
Was it a freeway?
Yes.
Route 2?
Right 2, Route 2, it's the one,
Do you remember what exit you got off at?
yeah, like Chardon, through the, where the bridge is.
Okay. How long did that drive take from the club to Painesville?
Like 40 minutes.
Also 40 minutes?
Yeah, like 30 something.
And you said you started driving at around 3:15?
Mm-hmm, kind of.
Did Damien keep contacting you while you were driving home?
Yes.
Should we take a look at State's Exhibit 5H? So after you say I'm out, what happens?
He calls me
What time does that call come in?
at 3:02 a.m.
Did you answer that call?
No.
After that 3:02 call, does he call you again?
No.
He doesn't call you again?
Sorry, yes.
That's okay. What time does he call you again?
At 3:03 a.m.
Did you answer that call?
No.
After the 3:03 a.m. call, does another call come in?
Yes.
At what time?
3:04.
And did you answer that call?
No.
Turning to State's Exhibit 5I.
Did you call? You know, these are all him calling you, right? You know.
Next call from him comes in at 3:08 a.m.
30.
This
Yeah.
is State's Exhibit 5I. 3:08 a.m.
Isn't it?
Okay. And then is there another call at 3:11 a.m.?
I think this one's a different one. 5I. Are we looking at 5I?
Take a look at what is on the screen here, and I'll see if I can get one for you. But take
think
a look
it's
at the
this
screen
one.
here. Is there a, calls you again at 3:11 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And again at 3:13 a.m.?
Yes.
Did you answer any of those calls?
No.
Does another call come in at 3:15 a.m.?
Yes.
Is this a different exhibit?
I'm sorry, this is State's Exhibit 5K.
K?
Yes. Does another call come in at 3:19 a.m.?
Yes.
And another call at 3:31 a.m.?
Yes.
And another call at 3:33 a.m.?
Correct.
Do you answer any of those calls?
No.
Does another call come in at 3:45 a.m.? This is State's Exhibit 5L. Does another call come in at 3:45 a.m.?
Yes.
And at 3:48 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you answer either of those calls?
No.
And are you driving during this time frame?
Yes.
Next thing that we see on the screen there is you send a message, correct?
Correct.
What do you send?
No, where you at?
What were you responding to?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think there was a message before that, but I don't remember.
Okay. And how does Damien respond when you say no, where you at?
He said, home, where you at?
When you say home,
Yes.
were you at home?
No.
Why did you say that?
Just so he would leave me alone.
And does he respond?
Yes.
And what does he say?
He said, oh, okay.
State's Exhibit 5M. After he says, oh, okay, you say okay.
Mm-hmm.
He says, okay, GN, what does that mean?
Okay, good night.
And you say GN?
Good night.
Good night, okay. And then does he call you again at 3:58 a.m.?
Yes.
Do you answer that call?
No.
When you see these next two responses here from you, what are those?
I think those were just accidents because I was driving and I was trying to look at the Google Maps and stuff like that, so
Okay.
I don't
So
remember.
you're saying you did not mean to type
Yeah.
and send hello or that check mark?
Yeah, I don't remember.
So it's Exhibit 5N, after you send that hello and that check mark, defendant calls you again at 4:01 a.m.
Correct.
Do you answer that call?
No.
And another call comes in at 4:03 a.m.
Mhm.
Do you answer that call?
Yes.
Who was on the other line?
Damien.
What did he say?
He just like called me a hoe.
He called you a hoe?
Yeah.
Did he say anything else?
No.
Did you say anything to him?
No, I just hung up.
And that's where it says audio call ended 4:04 a.m.?
Yes.
And then what is that message that you sent after that audio call ends?
Just like blushy faces. I was just trying to be petty.
Trying to be petty?
Yeah.
So those two faces that have hearts on them,
They're sarcastic.
so you weren't sending those because you felt some sort of heart
No.
right towards Damien?
No.
States Exhibit 5O. After you send those emojis, you say okay, and then another call comes in at 4:05 a.m. Do you answer that call?
No.
And then what are these responses that you send after that call?
Well, I was driving. I was trying to type that I'm driving, but it hit the emoji.
Okay.
And
And
then-
so that's like a emoji of a highway?
Yeah.
And what do you say after that emoji?
Leave me alone.
Another call comes in at 4:07 a.m.
Yeah.
You don't answer that call, right?
No.
And then another call comes in at 4:08 a.m. You don't, right?
Correct.
You don't answer that call?
No.
It's Exhibit 5P. Second call comes in at 4:08 a.m. from the defendant that you don't answer, correct?
Correct.
Then after that, there's a call that comes in at 4:11 a.m. that you don't answer.
Correct.
And then you send a response at this point.
Mhm.
What do you say?
I'm on my period
Why did you say that?
because I thought he was just hitting me up to hook up.
Okay. Were you on your period?
Yes.
States Exhibit 5Q. After you say I'm on my period, what do you say?
Leave me alone.
Why did you say that?
Just because he kept calling me. It was annoying.
He responds, IDC, what does that mean?
I don't care.
And he responds, what the gotta do?
Mhm.
And you respond, go home.
Mhm.
What do you mean by that?
I just didn't think he was home because, yeah, I don't know. I thought he was out.
Why did you think he was out?
Because when he was saying all that stuff to me, he sounded a little, like he was drinking.
It sounded a little like he was drinking?
Yeah.
And that's when you answered the phone?
Mhm.
He was talking to you?
Mhm.
Had you been around him when he was drinking before?
Yes.
You heard what his voice would sound like when he was
Yes.
drinking? After you say go home, he calls you again at 4:13 a.m. and you don't answer, correct?
Correct.
And then again at 4:14 a.m. and you don't answer.
Correct.
States Exhibit 5R. So it looks like you send something after the 4:14 a.m. call,
After the,
4:14 a.m. call,
yeah,
and you just say what's,
yeah.
you know what that,
I just like what?
okay. And then a call comes in at 4:16 a.m. Did you answer that call?
No.
So then you
I don't remember actually.
I'm sorry?
I don't know. Because it's like kind of mixed up. And I did say like, why are you calling my mom?
Why did you say, bro, why are you calling my mom?
Because he told me that he was calling my mom.
When did he tell you that?
When we were on the phone. Or I don't know if he sent like a message, but I remember him saying that.
Do you remember him telling you he was gonna call your mom?
Yeah, that he was calling her, yes.
And then you say, this WTF I mean. What does WTF mean?
What the fuck?
And what did you mean by that?
Like, this is what I mean, like, you're always doing the same thing.
States Exhibit 5S. After you say this WTF I mean, there's a notification from a missed audio call, but that could be from that 416
Yeah.
a.m. call. And then he says WYA. What does that mean?
Where you at?
And what do you reply?
I said why.
And then you say I need to pee.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you need to pee?
Yes.
Had you used the bathroom while you were out?
No, not before I left or anything like that.
Were you drinking water while you were out as well?
When I got inside my car, I did drink water.
And that's right when you left the club?
Mm-hmm.
Where did you get the water?
It was in my car. I just have waters in there.
Like a water bottle?
Mm-hmm.
When did you start having to pee?
Probably like 15 minutes in the drive.
Okay. Do you remember it starting like you only had to go kind of, and then it got
Yes.
worse as the drive went on?
Yes, I usually can hold my pee in, so I was just like, I'll just wait until,
So you didn't stop anywhere to go to the bathroom?
no.
Because you thought you could hold it?
Yeah.
And you still had the rest of the drive to get to Painesville?
Yes.
And then after Painesville, were you going home to your house in Perry?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you sent the message, I need to pee?
Like barely dropping them off. I think I was on their road.
So you were in Painesville at this point?
Yes.
And you dropped off Maddie and Juan, you're not sure in what order?
Correct.
Were Maddie and Juan awake?
They were sleeping.
They fell asleep while you were driving?
Yeah.
home? And where did you take Maddie?
Home.
To her house?
Yes.
Did you ask to use Maddie's bathroom?
No, because Maddie lives with her parents. It was like 4 a.m. and I didn't want to like get her in trouble or anything like that.
Did you go in Maddie's house?
No.
And where were you dropping Juan?
He lives with his aunt, so I dropped him off at his place.
And did you ask to use Juan's bathroom?
No, because the family that he lives with, they don't know me, so I didn't want to get him in trouble.
After you dropped Maddie and Juan off, how badly did you need to go to the bathroom?
Like a 9
Like on a
out of
scale
10, yeah. Like 1 out of 10, 9.
Okay. Still pretty badly?
Yes.
Where was the defendant's grandma's house in relation to where you dropped Maddie and Juan off?
Like, I had to get on the freeway again.
Okay.
So, like, they live on Cedar Brook. I had to go through the freeway by the bridge again. So I got on, and I thought I was gonna make it home. So, but I couldn't. So I just got off Fairport, the Fairport exit, like Painesville Fairport, and his house is like near there.
Okay. So you got back on the freeway thinking, I'm gonna go home and I'm gonna go to the bathroom?
Yeah.
And did you realize somewhere in
Yes.
there that there's no way you were gonna make it?
Correct.
So when you got off the freeway, you texted him, I need to pee,
Okay.
why were you texting him that?
Because I thought we were good.
Okay, but what were you planning on doing?
Going to pee at his place.
Why didn't you just go somewhere else to pee?
It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and I have a thing with going to like gas stations or anywhere by myself.
You didn't want to go to anything that was open at that time by yourself?
It wasn't an option for me.
Okay. So when you say I need to pee, you were asking Damien if you could stop at his house so you could go to the bathroom.
Yes.
Why would you be okay with going to Damien's house after all of those calls?
Because it was just normal for me. Like, he would normally do that. Like, blow up my phone and, like, do all that stuff. So I just thought we were still good. Like, I didn't think anything of it.
So you were, even after all that had just happened, you were willing to go over to his house?
Yes.
Were you afraid to go over there?
No.
So referring back to State's Exhibit 5S, after you say I need to pee, Damien says, where are you at again? You say something about Maria.
Yeah, I meant to say I just dropped Maddie off, but I was like kind of not focusing on not peeing and like driving to his place fast.
Okay.
All right, before we continue on with the next exhibit, we're going to take our break. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find any information from any other source and do not come to any conclusion until the case is submitted to you. See you in about 15 minutes. Anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
I don't know how to turn off the notification.
I don't either. I did have, you can close Outlook, you don't need it open, just close it.
Yeah, but I think they still come in, do we not?
I don't know. You just take it off. It's not gonna be much longer than that stuff, right?
All right. Speaking of all that.
Close Outlook, that's the best thing that I can think of. You turn the email on.
But I am out.
Yeah.
Like I'm not,
It's not open.
I mean, I'm logged in, but it's not open. Well, whatever.
You're almost done with these,
Mhm.
right? All right, the doctor and Officer Smith are here. What would you like them to do?
I think a while. So, will I come back after lunch?
Smith, definitely.
Mm-hmm. The doctor lives 15 minutes away from him.
You still have a lot to do with her.
Yeah, and she has to be crossed too, so.
Say what? So I talked to Pete, I had to get out of here quick.
You understand? Like that's a big part of it.
Seated, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Michelle, we were looking at State's Exhibit 5T. After you text Damien and message him that what you meant to be just dropped off Maria, you send a smiley face. Why did you send a smiley face?
Just because I just dropped her off.
Okay.
I was just trying to. Yeah, I don't know. Just because.
Then there are 2 calls, it says video calls, that you placed to Damien, right? And there was one at 4:21 a.m., then you message him, and then there's one at 4:28 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. What are you saying to him in those calls?
Be outside.
Why?
Because I really needed to pee.
And is that what that message in between is supposed to say?
Yeah. Be outside, please.
And then Damien calls you back, 4:27 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
You guys just talking back and forth about where you are?
Yeah,
you're on
like
your
be
way,
outside.
and you want him to be outside?
Yeah.
Did the amount of times that Damien had called you make you uncomfortable?
No.
Did it make you upset?
No.
Did what he was saying to you in the phone calls make you uncomfortable or upset?
Yeah. But like, not to a point where it's like, no. Like,
And then lastly, looking at State's Exhibit 5U, after that 4:27 a.m. call to the defendant, you make 2 more calls to him at 4:29 a.m.
yeah.
What were those calls?
Basically, just telling him to be outside, please. Like, I really need to go to the bathroom.
4:29 a.m. around the time that you arrived?
Yes, I think so.
Michelle, tell the jury what happened when you pulled up to the defendant's grandmother's house.
When I was pulling in, I peed myself.
When you were pulling in
His grandma's house.
into the driveway?
Yeah.
You peed yourself, so you went to the bathroom while you were sitting in your car.
Yes.
Had you ever done that before?
No.
At that point, could you just not hold it in anymore?
Yeah, I couldn't.
Did you pee yourself on purpose?
No.
How are you feeling at this point in regards to the alcohol and the marijuana that you smoked? Did you feel the effects?
No.
Did you feel sober?
Not sober, but not drunk.
Now, you said before that you were on your period at this point,
Mm-hmm.
and this is a little bit personal, so I apologize, but were you wearing anything for your period?
Yeah, I was wearing a pad.
Had you been changing it regularly while you were out that night?
Yes.
Do you remember your jeans being wet with pee after you peed?
A little bit.
But not a lot?
No. I
Why do
think
you that is?
the pad mostly got a lot of it, of the pee.
What did you do after you peed?
Well, I was just like, I pulled into the driveway. He walked out of his grandma's house and went through the driver's side. And I told him, I was like, well, I already peed myself. I don't need to go to the bathroom.
So when you pulled into the driveway, did you see Damien outside?
No.
You saw him come out of the house?
Yes.
What was Damien wearing?
A hoodie and like some jeans.
When you told him that you had already peed, you didn't need to use the bathroom anymore, were you still sitting inside your car?
Yes.
And was he standing outside the driver's
Yes.
door? Was the window down?
Yes.
What did he say?
He was telling me like, no, come and shower, like I have your clothes here.
So what did you do?
I was just like, okay. So I went inside with him.
Why did you go inside with him?
It seemed reasonable, like I had, my pants were wet from the pee. I didn't want to go home like that.
So did you intend to go inside and take a shower at Damien's house and change into the clothes that you still had there?
Yes.
Can you approach Turner?
Yep.
Excuse me.
States Exhibit 3A. Is that a picture of Damien's grandmother's house?
Yes.
I'll pull it up very quickly. The driveway that you see there, is that the driveway that you pulled your car into?
Yes.
Where, about how far is the driveway did you pull your car? If you can actually. Down this button. You need to open this.
Like right here.
You got out of the car and did you walk into the house?
Yes.
Did you use that door that was right, that's right there?
Yeah.
Were there other cars in the driveway when you got there?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No. Like more than one.
Were there people in the cars?
No. Not that I could see.
Were you wearing shoes when you went inside Damien's house?
No.
Why not?
Because I had heels on and I just was driving without them on.
You had taken your heels off to drive?
Yes.
Okay. You drive barefoot even in the winter?
Yeah. Yes.
Was there snow and ice on the ground when you got out?
Yes.
You did put your shoes back on?
I was trying to, but then it's like a short walk.
So you walked barefoot from your car in the driveway into the house?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what happened when you went inside the house with Damien?
I ran to the bathroom on the first floor. And then he told me, there's someone in there.
Did you see anyone else inside the house?
No, but I heard people downstairs.
Downstairs?
Like music and like chit chat.
Music and chit chat?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't see anybody else?
No.
So there's a bathroom on the first floor and you tried to go to that bathroom and he told you you couldn't go in there. Did you see someone in that bathroom?
No.
Was the door closed?
Yes.
And you had been to Damien's grandmother's house before?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Can I hand you States Exhibit 6A through 6H, if you could look through those for me? What are those pictures of in those exhibits?
His grandma's house?
And is that, those pictures, how his grandma's house looked when you were in there? You went
Yes.
inside of Damien to use the shower?
Yes.
Now I move to admit and publish States Exhibit 6A through 6H.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
They're admitted.
So, Mr. Michelle, State's Exhibit 6A, can you tell the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
That's that door that I walked in through.
That's the side door you walked in?
Yes.
And those stairs, did you have to come up those stairs?
Yes.
Did Damien come in the house with you?
Yes.
And did the door close behind you?
Yes.
Did you leave your car on in the driveway?
No.
Is your car push to start or do you use car keys?
Car keys.
Did you take the car keys with you inside the house?
Yes.
Did you have your cell phone with you when you went inside the house?
Yes.
Where were your car keys and your cell phone?
My car keys, I put them on my front pocket. I don't know which one. And my phone was just on my hand.
Okay. So you came in this door, you walked up these stairs, is the bathroom in that direction?
Yes.
First floor bathroom.
The first one.
And then looking to State's Exhibit 6B, that's that same door that you just walked through.
Yes.
Where would you have had, which direction would you have had to walk to get to the bathroom?
Straight. And then I would take a left.
State's Exhibit 6C, is that the bathroom?
Yes.
That you tried to go to?
Yes.
So where in relation to this bathroom is that door that you came through on the stairs?
So like I would have went straight from the door and then taken a left and
So when Damien told you that you couldn't use that bathroom, someone was in that bathroom, what did you do?
he said like the upstairs one. And I was like, okay. So I walked up there.
So you went upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know there to be a bathroom upstairs that you could use?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 6D, are these the stairs you would have had to go up?
Yes.
What is that we're looking at?
It's like a little stop from the top.
It's a landing, that's in
Yeah,
the six
like a
stairs that you
landing.
went up to get up to the second floor?
Yes.
And 6F,
Upstairs.
that's the rest of the stairs?
Yeah.
Which way would you have had to turn to get to the bathroom?
Left.
Is the bathroom right there when you turn left?
Yeah, it's a little, you walk a little and then it's to the left.
So you walked up the stairs, did Damien walk with you?
Yes.
Did you go directly into the bathroom?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 6G, what is this that we're looking at?
That's the bathroom I use.
You walked into that bathroom?
Mm-hmm.
Did Damien walk in with you?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened when you walked into that bathroom.
I put my pants down so I could take my pad off. And I walked to go throw away the pad.
When you say you pulled your pants down, your jeans that you were wearing,
Yes.
did you pull them all the way down around your ankles?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you pull your underwear down with your pants?
Yes.
And you removed your pad?
Yes.
With your pants and your underwear around your ankles, did you walk over to
Yes.
the third way? Can you indicate to the jury where in the bathroom the trash can was?
Like, on either side of it was either on that side or this side. I think it was that side.
What happens next?
I was going to take my pants all the way off, and he took out his phone to record me.
Damien,
Yes.
where were you standing in the bathroom when you noticed Damien take out his phone?
I was standing right here.
And your pants and your underwear are down around your ankles?
Mm-hmm.
Where was Damien standing?
Right here.
How did you know he was taking out his phone to record you?
Because he took out his phone and his camera right here. He was just,
Was he saying anything?
yes.
What
He
was he
was saying, look at this whore. Look at her.
Did he say anything else? Do you remember?
No, I just remember him saying that.
What did you do?
I just kind of rolled my eyes and put my pants back up. And then I was swatting to take the phone away so I could delete the video that he took.
Were you still standing in the same place that you were when he first took out his phone?
Yes.
Was he still standing in the same place he was standing when he first took out his phone?
Yes.
When you say you swatted, what do you mean?
Like I went to go grab the phone out of his hands.
With your hand?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then he started hitting me
How did he start hitting you?
with his hands.
Was his hands open or were his fists closed?
They were closed.
Was he hitting you with both fists?
Yes.
Where was his phone?
By this time he already like put it away or something.
Where was, you said you had your phone in your hand. Where was your phone?
I put it on the side, when I was like taking off my pants and all of that. I put it on the counter.
Had Damien had anything in his hands when you guys went upstairs to this bathroom?
Yes.
What did he have in his hands?
He had a Corona can.
Was it like a clear glass bottle or a can?
A can.
Okay, so you couldn't see into it. Where was this Corona can when he has his phone out and he's filming you?
I think he set it on the counter too.
What did you do when Damien started hitting you?
I just like moved to the corner and was covering my face.
Can you indicate on the picture for the jury where you moved to?
Like right here,
And where was Damien standing?
where I was, over here,
So was your back to
like
the
really
corner?
close to me. Yeah.
How many times did he hit you?
More than 2 times, I'm not sure how many.
Where in your face and head was he hitting you?
Like the side of my face and like just, I don't know, I was covering myself and he was just hitting me.
Was he saying anything?
I don't know.
You don't remember him saying anything?
No.
Were you saying anything?
Stop hitting me.
About how long did that go on for?
I don't know. Like a few minutes.
Did he stop hitting you?
After a certain time, like after a while.
Okay. What happened then?
Then he walked out.
You walked out of the bathroom?
Yes.
Did he take anything with him?
I don't know. My phone.
He took your phone with him?
Yeah.
And your phone had been on the back safe?
Yes.
So he walked out of the bathroom. Do you know where he went?
No, he just went downstairs.
How did you know he went downstairs?
Because I could hear like his footsteps on the stairs.
What did you do when you left there?
I just waited until I couldn't hear his footsteps and ran out of the bathroom.
Where did you run?
There's this little like hallway across from the bathroom, and I was just hiding in the corner behind some toys
Why didn't you run down the stairs?
because I didn't know who was downstairs or where he was at, what he was doing.
Were you afraid?
Yes.
Why were you hiding in that little hallway?
Because I just assumed he was gonna come back upstairs, and when he did, I was just gonna go.
So, what happened next?
He came back upstairs, and then I ran down the stairs.
Could you see him coming back upstairs from where you were standing?
I couldn't, like, I saw him once he went inside the bathroom, but I could hear him come up.
Could he see you?
No, not in that corner.
You watched him go into the bathroom. Then what did you do?
Then I ran down the stairs. I was taking, I don't know.
I'm sorry? So you
No.
ran down the stairs, and those are those same stairs that we saw that you had come up to get to the bathroom?
Yes.
What did the defendant do when you ran down the stairs?
He started chasing me.
Did he also was coming down the stairs?
Yeah. Coming down the stairs?
He was?
Yes.
What happened next?
When I ran down, I took my keys out of my pocket, and
Why did you take your keys out of your pocket?
because as soon as I left, I was just gonna drive off and leave. Like, I was planning to just leave.
Okay. Were you hitting any, did you have a key fob or just a key?
I had like the keys in my keychains and stuff like that.
Are there like buttons on the key?
Yes.
Were you hitting any of those buttons as you ran down the stairs?
Yes, I was trying to unlock my car.
Had you locked it when you came inside the house?
Yeah, I always lock it.
You're hitting the unlock button on your keys, and this is as you're running down the stairs?
Yes.
What happens next?
He pulled my hair back so I would stop, and he grabbed my keys out of my hand.
Where were you when this happened?
Still running down the stairs.
You grabbed your hair. Did that stop you from running?
No, I just kept running. It like jerked off, kind of, but I just kept.
You gotta keep your voice up, okay?
Mhm.
And you took the keys out of your hand?
Yes.
What did you do when you took the keys out of your hand?
I still kept running outside.
You run all the way down the stairs?
Yes.
What did you do once you got downstairs?
I opened the front door.
You ran down that second little set of stairs, opened the front door. You're still barefoot,
Yes.
but did you have your pants back up at this point?
Yes.
After you opened the front door, what did you do?
I ran to my car,
What side?
the driver's side.
Did you get into your car?
Yes.
Did you close the door behind you?
Yes.
What did you do next?
I was locking it from inside.
From your car, could you see that door that you just come out of?
Yes.
Was anyone outside with you?
No, not that I saw.
Could you see Damien?
Yes.
Where was he?
At the front door.
At the front door?
Or like walking out to me.
Did he walk out the same door that you had just come out?
Yes.
What was he doing as he was walking out the front door?
He was unlocking the car while I was locking it inside.
How was he unlocking the car?
Because he had my keys in his hand.
Why were you locking the door?
So he wouldn't get in. But he had the keys.
Did he unlock it?
I'm sorry?
What did he do next?
After we were doing the whole locking and unlocking,
Yes.
he opened my door and he was trying to pull me out.
What was he pulling on?
My hair and my arm.
Was he using one hand or two hands?
One hand on my arm and the other one he was pulling my hair.
What were you doing?
I was holding on to the wheel, I put my hand in the wheel,
Steering wheel?
the steering wheel,
Why did you put your hand in the steering wheel?
so I would have more force so he didn't pull me.
Was he saying anything to you?
He was just telling me to go back inside because the police.
Were you saying anything to him?
I said, I don't care, I want the police to come.
What happened next?
He just hit me and then I was pushing on the steering, I was trying to honk so I could get some attention, and I was just yelling help, I was pushing on the horn with my hand, and then he bit my hand. He bit my arm, so I would let go of the steering wheel.
You were honking on the horn, and why were you honking on the horn?
So I could get some attention, so someone could call the police or something.
Why couldn't you call the police?
Because I didn't have my phone.
Where was your phone?
He still had it.
as you were honking on the horn, you were also screaming help?
Yes.
Were you saying it loudly?
Yes.
How many times did you say help?
A few times, I don't know.
How many times did you honk the horn?
For a while. Because, yeah.
After Damien bit your arm, what happened next?
After he bit my arm, I just like got leaned back, and then I got in the passenger side, and I was like laying kind of like at an angle, so I was on both. Like I was in the middle.
Where was were you laying on the seat?
Yes.
Where was your head?
Like on the door, kind of.
Which door?
The passenger side door.
Okay, and where were your feet?
On one of my foot was still beeping, like I was still pressing on the horn.
With your foot?
Yes.
So you were kind of laid out along the seat?
Yes.
Your feet at the steering wheel and your head at the passenger door?
Yes.
And you were honking the horn with your foot?
Yes.
Okay. Why did you do that? Why did you lay down like that?
Because I was just in shock from the arm, and I was just trying to get away from him.
What happened next?
I was honking the horn with like my knee side. He was like still outside the car, and he bit my toes, so I would let go of the honking again. And then I don't know from where, some point he just grabbed my legs and he got on top of me.
Did he get into the car with you?
Yes.
Did he have your permission to get into the car?
No.
Were you still laying down on the seat when he got into the car?
Yes.
And you said he got on top of you?
Yes.
So what was his position on top of you as you were laying on the seat?
He was just laying on top of me.
Were you like head to head, face to face?
Yes, kind of.
Once he got into the car on top of you,
He bit my face. And I was trying to get him off of me. Sorry.
while Damien was on top of you in the car, were you trying to get away from him?
Yeah, I was trying to push him off of me.
Were you fighting him at all?
No, I was just like trying to push him off.
Do you remember how it felt when he bit your face?
Yeah, it felt horrible.
Was it painful?
Very painful, yes.
What did it feel like?
Like if somebody was just, I don't know.
Could you feel your skin? Like, pulling?
Yes, when I was trying to push him off of me, he was still grabbing onto it, and I could feel it pull.
What were you doing while he was on top of you?
Just trying to get him off of me.
Were you still
Screaming.
screaming for help?
Yes.
Were you still honking the horn at this point?
No.
Was Damien saying anything to you?
No. Not that I remember.
After Damien bit your face, what happened?
I don't know. he got off of me, or he looked up or something. He saw something, and he just got out of the car, and I opened the passenger side door so I could get out of the car, and then I just remember like bawling up, and the police.
So Damien got off of you, he got out of the car. Which way did he get out of the car?
To the driver's side.
Did you see what he did after he got out of the car?
Yeah, he was just running to the front door.
You saw him running?
Yeah.
Did you see him go in the house?
No, I don't remember.
And you opened the passenger door. How did you get out? Your head was kind of at the door. How did you get out of the car?
I just like opened the door and just slid out. I just slid out. And then I just remember balling up. In a little ball.
Balling up, you mean in your body?
Like scrunched up on the floor, holding my head, like when you do a tornado drill.
What's the next thing you remember?
The police talking to me.
What happened next?
The ambulance came. They were trying to tell me.
You gotta keep your voice up.
They were trying to talk to me. The police. The ambulance came. And then I went to the place that they take you.
So, the police came. You remember an ambulance coming. Did you get into the ambulance?
Yes.
Do you remember pictures being taken of your injury when you were in the ambulance?
Yes.
Where, did you have an idea of where you had been injured at that point?
At that point, yeah. Like, I just knew that my arm was bit, my toes, and my face.
Were you feeling pain in all of those areas?
Yes.
Were you feeling pain anywhere else?
My stomach.
Do you remember anything happening to your stomach? So you remember feeling pain there? I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 4A. Is this you when you were in the ambulance?
Yes.
Police? And is that what you were wearing when you went out that night?
Yes.
And that's what you were wearing the entire time in Damien's house and in the car?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 4B. Is that the bite to your face?
Yes.
And there's some, up by your lip, there's some redness and darkness. Do you remember what that's from?
I think it's from the punches.
State's Exhibit 4C is another image of that bite. Where on your face, you can indicate to the jury where on your face that bite was.
Right here.
Is there still a scar there?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 4D, is that the bite to your arm?
Yes.
That wristband that you're wearing, is that the one that you testified about, that you got from the violent?
Yes.
And that says, it looks like it says OVE.
Mm-hmm.
From State's Exhibit 4E. You can also see the wristband there. That's the over 21 wristband you got from the violent.
Yes.
And then what are we looking at in this image? State's Exhibit 4E.
That's another bite mark.
Do you remember getting that injury?
No.
While you were in the ambulance, were there paramedics that were treating you?
Yes.
Do you remember what they did to you?
They just put a bandage over me.
And Did they try to get you to go with them to the hospital?
Yes.
Did you go with them to the hospital?
No.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to pay for it, the ambulance.
Did you have health insurance at that point?
No.
Did your parents have health insurance at that point?
No.
Do you remember if you told the paramedics why you didn't want to go to the hospital?
No, I don't remember. But I was telling them that I didn't want my mom to know.
Why didn't you want your mom to know?
Because I wasn't supposed to be seeing him.
Seeing Damien? Did you have to sign anything from the paramedics saying that you were refusing to go to the hospital?
Yes.
After that, what happened next?
The police are just talking to me. I don't know.
Did you talk to the police officers inside the ambulance?
Yes.
Did you go anywhere else after you were inside the ambulance?
No.
That was a confusing question. After, did the ambulance leave at some point?
Yes.
What did you do?
I just stayed with the police.
Did they take you back to the police station?
Yes.
And did they take you to an interview room?
Yes.
And did a police officer come in and ask you to tell them what had happened?
Yes.
Did you tell them?
Yes.
After you spoke with the police at the police station, that's what happened.
I went to the hospital.
How did you get to the hospital?
My mom drove me.
Did your mom come to the police station?
Yes.
How did she know to come there?
I just called her.
When your mom picked you up at the police station, did she take you from the police station to the hospital?
Yes.
What hospital did you go to?
Tri-Care or Tri-Point.
Did you go to the emergency room?
Yes.
What happened when you were in the emergency room?
They just took an x-ray of my foot. And I peed in a cup for them. And then I told them. They asked me what happened.
You gotta keep that voice up. Lean a little closer in that thing so it picks you up, okay?
They asked you what happened?
Yes.
Did you tell them what happened?
Yes.
You told them what you told the police?
Yes.
Why did they take an x-ray of your foot?
Because it was very swollen. They thought something was broken.
After you were treated at the hospital, what did you do?
I went home.
Where was your car?
Still at his grandma's house.
Did you have the keys to your car?
No.
Who had them?
Damien.
What about your phone? Where was your phone?
He still had that too.
Did Damien have permission to have your keys?
No.
Take your keys from you?
No.
Did Damien have permission to take your phone from you?
No.
Were you ever able to get your phone or your keys back?
Yes.
How did that happen?
His mom took him to like one of the courts that he had in the beginning. And she gave him to Gladys. And Gladys gave them to me.
Okay, who's Gladys?
She's I don't know what she does.
She's like a victim
A
advocate?
victim
for
advocate.
The prosecutor's office?
Yes.
Okay. So you were able to get your phone and your keys back through Damien's mother?
Yes.
Okay. Were any other pictures taken of your injuries in the days following February 20th
Yes.
by a police officer?
Yes, and myself.
Okay. We'll start with the police officer. When did the police officer take pictures of you?
I don't remember the first time. Well, when I got to the station, they took pictures of me.
Okay. And then in the days after you were at the police station that night of the 20th, were you any
And
more
his-
pictures taken?
His first court or something like that. They took pictures of me.
You've got to speak up.
You gotta tell
If
them
I
to speak
can't
up.
hear you very well, they can't hear you
You gotta
very well.
say-
So you've
you
got to
gotta do
keep
that.
your voice up.
Can you try to keep as close to the microphone as you can?
Okay.
So we can all hear you, okay?
Okay.
Mayor Pro Chandler?
Yeah.
Can you please exhibit 7A through 7L? If you could take a look at these photos and let me know when you're done looking at them, please. What are those photos of?
Myself,
Who took those photos?
the police officer.
And were those photos taken 2 days after the attack on the 20th of February?
Yes.
And do those photos depict the injuries that you received on February 20th?
Yes.
Do those photos fairly and accurately depict how those injuries looked on the day the photos were taken?
Yes.
All right, move to admit and publish State's Exhibit 7A through 7L.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
State's Exhibit 7A, can you describe to the jury what is depicted in this photo?
Me.
You have 1 foot out of your shoe there. Why is your foot like that?
That's the foot that he bit.
Is it still swollen on this day?
Yes.
And then looking at your face, is your face swollen?
Yes.
Which side of your face is swollen?
My right side.
Is that the side that the bite
Yes.
was on? And the side that the abrasion on your lip was?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 7B. What are we looking at here?
A picture of my face with the scar or the bite and bruise.
And you see how in this picture, one side of your face looks bigger than the other side? Is that the
Yes.
swelling that you're referring to?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 7C. Is that a close-up picture of that bite wound?
Yes.
The wound on your lip?
Yes.
And it looks to be, is that scabbing?
Yes.
And these pictures were taken after you were treated at the hospital, is that right?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 7D. Is that same bite on your face?
Yes.
Had you done anything to treat these injuries at this point, other than what the doctors had done?
I was just putting some like Vaseline so it wouldn't be dry.
State's Exhibit 7E. Is that depicting an injury on above your lip?
Yes.
What are we looking at here in State's Exhibit 7F?
A picture of me showing my stomach with a bite mark.
I'm sorry?
A bite mark.
Is that the wound that you received on the 20th that you said your stomach hurt?
Yes.
You don't remember getting that bite?
No.
State's Exhibit 7G. Is that a close-up picture of that wound on your stomach?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 7H. What's that a picture of?
It's a picture of the bite mark.
Where is that?
On my arm, my right arm.
States Exhibit 7I. Is that same bite mark on your arm, just from a different angle?
Yes.
Is there also some bruising in the surrounding area?
Yeah,
Down
that's
by your wrist as well?
bruising, yep. Yes.
Did that bruising develop after you went home from the hospital?
Yes.
States Exhibit 7J. Is that another angle of that bruising and that bite on your arm?
Yes.
States Exhibit 7K. What are we looking at here?
My swollen foot.
And can you see the injuries on your foot that you received from the defendant?
Yes.
Are those injuries on your toes?
Yes. The bite mark.
How do you know that that was a bite mark on your foot?
Because on the bottom I could see the other two. Like it went
On the bottom of your toes?
Yes.
So underneath those toes, the third and the fourth toe?
Yes.
On the underside, is there also marks?
Yes.
Did you see Damien bite your foot?
I don't remember.
You were feeling it?
Yes.
Were you able to fit your foot inside your shoe that day?
Kinda. I couldn't walk on it a lot.
In States Exhibit 7I, what are we looking at here?
Those are just scratches.
Is that the side of your neck?
Yes.
Did you receive those scratches when the defendant was attacking you?
Yes.
Is that I or is that L?
That's an L.
Is that an L? I
an L.
apologize. That's an L, I'm sorry.
Okay.
7L. In the days that followed February 20th, did your injuries have any ongoing effect? Were you still in pain?
Yes.
Can you describe what the ongoing effect was of your injuries?
My neck hurt, my head hurt, my arms, my bite mark, my stomach, my foot,
How long did that pain last for?
like 2 weeks.
All of the pain from all those injuries lasted for 2 weeks?
I don't know. It lasted a while, but it was like, I remember 2 weeks, everything was still hurting.
Everything was still hurting?
Yes.
Sorry, can you speak up? I'm
Mhm.
so sorry, gotta talk a little bit louder. How long were you unable to walk on that foot?
For like a week.
Did you continue to take photos of your injuries
Yes.
as time progressed?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
The police officers told me to keep taking pictures.
Okay. And did you take those pictures on your phone?
Yes.
Did you get a new phone after this incident, or did you wait until you got the phone back from Damien's mother?
When I had the phone that he took away from me was my brother's phone, old phone. So I was just using his for a while, and then when he took that phone, I went to T-Mobile to go fix mine because it was already broken from December when we had the argument. So I got that phone fixed.
So you had another phone at home that you went and got fixed?
Yes.
And that's the phone that you took the ongoing pictures of your injuries?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yep.
I'm going to hand you States Exhibit 8A through 8I. You can take a look at those and let me know when you reviewed them. What are those photographs?
Pictures that I took of my injuries.
And were those pictures taken over a span of several days?
Yes.
And in those pictures, does it state the date that you took the picture?
Yes.
And do those pictures that you're looking at, those exhibits, fairly and accurately depict how your injuries looked on the days you took those photos?
Yes.
All right, move to admit and publish States Exhibit 8A through 8I.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
States Exhibit 8A, Michelle, can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
The bite mark,
And what date was that photograph taken?
February 26th.
States Exhibit 8B, what are we looking at?
The bite mark again.
Explain why it reversed. Come here.
A moment. When you're taking these photographs of yourself, are you using, does your phone have a front-facing camera and a back-facing camera?
Yes.
And when you're taking these photos of yourself, are you using the front-facing camera?
Yes.
So, do you notice how in these pictures, it looks like it's on the opposite side of your face?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why that is?
Because on the, like when you take a selfie, it usually inverts it.
Like a mirror image?
Yes.
Okay, so these are the same bite that is on the right side of your face, but in the picture it looks like the left because it's reverted it?
Yes.
Okay. And so States Exhibit 8B, that's a photo of that same bite. And what was the date that that was taken?
February 28th.
And States Exhibit 8C, is that a photo of the same bite?
Yes.
What was the date that that was taken?
February 28th.
States Exhibit 8D, is that a photo of that same bite?
Yes.
When was that picture taken?
March 3rd.
March, I'm sorry?
March 3rd.
March 3rd. And States Exhibit 8E, is that the same bite?
Yes.
What date was that picture taken?
March 15th.
States Exhibit 8F, which is depicted in this photo.
That is the bite on my right arm.
Is there further bruising that has developed even more?
Yes.
What date was this photo taken?
February 28th.
States Exhibit 8G, is that bite on your arm from a different angle?
Yes.
And what date was this photo taken?
February 28th.
States Exhibit 8H, is that the same bite on your arm?
Yes.
What date was this photo taken?
March 3rd.
States Exhibit 8I, what's depicted in this photo?
The bottom view of my right foot when he bit me.
So those are the injuries you were talking about underneath your toes?
Yes.
Okay. And what date was this picture taken?
March 3rd.
Each of those bites that you received, did they cause any scars?
Yes.
Which ones?
All of them.
Do you still have those scars today?
Yes.
So you have a scar on your face? Do you have a scar on your arm?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yes.
And did the bite to your stomach also scar?
Yes.
And did the bite to your feet also scar?
Yes.
And did you have photos taken of those scars?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
And you States Exhibits 9A through 9I. You could take a look at those for me. Let me know when you're done reviewing them.
pictures of my scars.
Were those pictures taken of your scars at the prosecutor's office on September 6th of 2022?
Yes.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately depict how your scars appear now?
Yes.
And I move to admit States Exhibit 9A through 9I.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, they're admitted.
States Exhibit 9A, please explain to the jury what they're looking at.
That's a picture of my scar on my face.
States Exhibit 9B, is that a closer up image of that scar?
Yes.
And can you still feel any pain associated with that area?
Yes. Like when I bump into it, it still hurts.
States Exhibit 9C, what's depicted in that photo?
My stomach,
And is that
the scar.
a scar from the injury to your stomach? Right to your
Yes.
stomach? States Exhibit 9D, a closer up image of that scar on your stomach.
Yes.
Do you experience any pain with this scar?
No.
Is your face the only one that still hurts?
Yes.
States Exhibit 9E, this is the picture of the scar on your arm.
Yes.
Is that scar from the bite wound?
Yes.
9F, is that scar? from the
Yes.
navel? States Exhibit 9G, is this the foot that was bitten?
Yes.
And do you see any scars on your foot from the bite?
Yes.
Can you use that pointer to indicate to the jury where you see those? It'd be hard to see.
So there's like one right here, and then these two.
So those are scars from being bitten. You did not have those marks before.
No.
9H, that is just a closer up version of those scars on your feet. And 9I, can you indicate to the jury what we are seeing here?
Like right here, and right here.
And are those scars from those injuries on the bottoms of your toes?
Yes.
You're referring to? Your Honor, can I have a moment, please? Thank you. Michelle, have you had any ongoing effects on your life from this attack and your injuries?
Like, can you word it better?
Does having that scar on your face bother you?
Yes.
Why?
It's just an insecurity.
Insecurity?
Yeah.
Has anyone ever said anything to you about it?
Yes. Like, some people think it's a ringworm.
How does that make you feel?
Sad.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning.
I'm Hector Martinez. I represent Damien. I'm going to ask you some questions this morning. If you don't understand the question, please ask me to repeat the question, and I will have the question read back to you, okay?
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes.
So, in your testimony, you alluded to the fact that you and Damien had a violent, turbulent relationship, correct? Toxic, I think you said.
Toxic.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So you mentioned that your relationship started in November of 2020.
Correct.
That's when you started dating or being exclusive with each other. correct?
Yes.
And at that time, you were you 19 years old at the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You were 19 at the time you started dating.
Yes.
And then
I was 18
18, I'm sorry, you were 18 and you turned 19 in February, correct?
in January, yes.
January. So you were 18 at the time you started dating him, and that was in November of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that the relationship was good, you guys went out and had ice cream, went on dates, correct?
Yes.
And you continued doing that throughout your relationship, throughout the time period of 2021, correct?
And what do you mean?
You still would go out on dates and go out to dinners, things like that, right?
Yeah.
And but you mentioned that the relationship started to turn toxic a couple months later in early 2021, correct?
Yes.
That would have been approximately January 2021, right?
Yes.
And so the relationship, you described it, there was bickering between the two of you, right?
Yes.
And that would maybe evolve into screaming matches, correct?
Yes.
And at times it also evolved into violence, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, there were several incidences of violence between the two of you in 2021. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
And you recall an incident in February of 2021 where the two of you were arguing in a vehicle?
Well, we argued in the vehicle a few times.
You recall that you recorded an incident when you were arguing in a vehicle?
Yes.
And you recall that you recorded this incident and you actually provided that to the state of Ohio, correct?
Yes.
And in that incident, you were in a vehicle with Mr. Gutierrez arguing, correct?
Correct.
And at some point in time, you had scratched and clawed him with your nails. Would you agree with me?
Yes.
Your Honor, play a video that we marked.
Yeah, we approach.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep. The objection sustained.
Okay, and going back to that incident in February 2025, just to rephrase, you did scratch and claw.
21.
I'm sorry, February 25th, 2021. You recall that incident, correct?
Yeah, scratching him.
You recall scratching him, and Mr. Gutierrez had scratch marks and claw marks on his face, correct?
Yeah, he had scratches on his face.
And you decided to record that incident, correct?
Yes.
And you made statements to him as to referencing that he was crying, correct?
Yes.
And let's move on to June of 2021. You were still dating during that time period, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And the two of you had another argument in June of 2021, right?
Yes.
And there was an argument where your vehicle, on June 8th, 2021, where you recorded him outside of your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And your vehicle was parked actually at 923 North St. Clair Street, correct?
Correct.
So it was parked outside of his grandmother's house at the time, right?
Can you repeat the night,
The
the day that happened?
June 8th, 2021.
Okay.
This is another video that you provided to the state of Ohio. right?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
You recall where you had recorded my client outside of your vehicle and he was arguing with you,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And you were inside your vehicle,
Yes.
correct? You recall that incident?
Yeah, he was kicking my door.
Yes.
Yes.
And you recall that Mr. Gutierrez had injuries on his person, correct?
Correct.
He had scratch marks all down his chest, correct?
Yeah.
And you were the one who inflicted those scratch marks on him, right?
Yeah.
Now, moving on to August 18th, 2021. At this point in time, the two of you were in the apartment, correct?
Correct.
In Euclid, right?
Yes.
And there's another video that you provided to the state of Ohio with you and Mr. Gutierrez, or you're recording Mr. Gutierrez. You recall that?
Yes.
And the video is you recording Mr. Gutierrez, and he appears to be taking photographs of his injuries, correct?
Yes. And I recorded him that day because he was self-inflicting them. And I was calling him crazy in the video.
I think you were calling him pathetic, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. So it's your testimony that Mr. Gutierrez self-inflicts injuries?
Yes.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
And then later that summer, there was an incident where you were in a vehicle with Mr. Gutierrez close to his mom's residence in Fairport. You recall an argument then?
Yes.
Do you recall an incident where you were kicking Mr. Gutierrez as he was driving?
Yes.
So he was driving the car and you were kicking him while he was operating the motor vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You don't deny that?
No.
So there were times during your relationship with Mr. Gutierrez that you were physically assaulting him, right?
I think I was defending myself.
So you were defending yourself while you were driving on the roadway?
Yes.
Now, let's go through the relationship here. So you went to basic training with the Ohio National Guard, right?
Yes.
It's a pretty grueling training, right?
Yes.
And you learned how to defend yourself there, right?
A little bit, yes.
It was physically demanding, right?
Yes.
you started dating him, you were in the National Guard, correct, at that time?
Yes.
And you're still in the National Guard?
Yes.
And occasionally you have to be called away for drill?
Yes.
Now, when you broke up in December of 2021, you were in Mexico, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And you broke up with him while you were on a trip to Mexico, right?
Yes.
And you actually asked your mom to buy him tickets to send him home, correct?
Yes.
And then your family put him in an Uber and sent him off in Mexico, right?
To his family, yes.
And they actually sent him to just some unknown location in Mexico and stranded him. Isn't that true?
No, he gave us the address, we put it in the Uber, and we made sure that he got home. Well, he got to the destination he set on the Uber. I even gave him money before
You don't know
he
where
left.
he was dropped off, do you?
No, because I didn't contact him after.
Okay. Your family put him in Uber in Mexico and just sent him off, right?
To his family, yes.
And after that, you talked to him on New Year's Day, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you were still in Mexico at the time?
Yes.
So you had sent him off in an Uber in Mexico, and then you reconnected him on January 1st of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you talked about getting back together, right?
Yes.
And between January 1st of 2022 and February 19th of 2022, you did see him on occasion, right?
Can you repeat that again?
You saw him. You would physically see him on several occasions, right?
In February?
Yes.
That week?
You said you spoke to him in mid-February, right?
Yes.
You met and you hooked up with him, right?
Yes.
And then you saw him the week prior to this incident, correct?
The
During
week prior?
The week.
During that week, yes.
You saw him
Yes.
again, right?
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were picking him up at his place of employment?
Yes.
Okay, so he worked at a factory in Lake County, correct?
Yes.
And you actually went and voluntarily picked him up, right?
Because he told me he didn't have any ride or anyone. So
you-
yes, I picked him up.
You picked him up?
Mhm.
The two of you hung out for some period of time, correct?
No, I would just take him to his destination.
No problems between the two of you then, right?
No.
And he actually bought you a cat,
Yes.
right? And you accepted that gift from Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And you took the cat, you still have the cat?
Yes.
So, when you told the police and everyone else that you were blocking Mr. Gutierrez, that wasn't 100% true, was it?
What do you mean?
You told everyone you were blocking him, that you weren't having contact with him, right?
Well, my parents. I told my parents that I wasn't having contact with him.
You told your parents that you were not having contact with him.
Correct.
And so you were not being truthful with your parents, were you?
Correct.
And you also told Painesville Police, after this whole incident, that you had been blocking him, you hadn't had any contact.
Before that incident?
Yes.
Yeah, because he was blocked since January. That week was the first week that I unblocked him.
Okay. But you neglected to tell anyone that you had unblocked him, right?
I mean, I think it was kind of known because we were texting and the whole incident happened.
But it wasn't known that you had met up with him on at least 2 occasions prior to February 19th, right?
I mean, yeah, my best friend knew, but like, not my parents.
So, let's talk about February 19th of this year. You were driving Mr. Gomez and Ms. Rhea down to the Baile, right?
Yes.
They testified that you stopped at a gas station, right?
Yes.
And they picked up Twisted Teas.
Yes.
And you had been consuming the Twisted Teas on your way down to the Baile, right?
I just took some sips.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you know that consuming an alcohol in motor vehicle, that's against the law, right?
Mm-hmm.
that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And Miss Rhea, she's 20 years old, right?
No.
She's 20 years old at the time, correct?
No, she was 19, I think.
Oh, I'm sorry, 19. So she's underage.
Yeah, underage.
Mr. Gomez, he was underage too?
Correct.
Okay. And then the fourth person, Lizbeth,
Mm-hmm.
she's underage too?
Underage.
Okay, so the four underage persons, the four of you, your crew, you had alcohol in the car driving down to the bike lane, right?
Correct.
You were the designated driver, right?
Correct.
You mind designated driver means that you can consume a safe amount of alcohol, correct?
I mean, yeah.
So when you got to the bilay, they just, they put that over wristband on you? over-
Yes.
And that's just common that they provide that to women, right?
Yeah.
You didn't even ask for that?
No.
Right. And that does mean that you were able to consume alcoholic beverages if you so choose, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that your friends were drinking at the bilay, right?
Correct.
And Lizbeth was drinking so much that she actually became ill from the alcohol consumption, right?
Yes.
She wasn't just sick, you know, having the flu or anything.
No, she was
overserved, right?
correct.
And then you were at the bilay for approximately an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So between the twisted tea and the bilay, your friend drank enough that she physically became ill. You had to take her home to Euclid, right?
Yes. She doesn't really drink a lot or goes out.
And you would agree that drinking alcohol affects everyone a little bit differently, right?
Correct.
Now, you would agree with me it's not legal in the state of Ohio to possess or consume marijuana without a medical marijuana card, right?
Correct, yes.
So you were ingesting or smoking marijuana in the vape pen, correct?
Yes.
So you're breaking the law, right?
Yes.
It's also against the law to be operating a vehicle under the influence of drugs or abuse. Do you agree with me?
Yes.
Right. So you're not supposed to be drinking because you're under 21, right?
Correct.
You're not supposed to be drinking in the motor vehicle
Mhm.
at all.
Objection, Your Honor, to that.
Sustained.
It's not
And you're definitely not supposed to be smoking marijuana in operating motor vehicle.
Objection to that.
Sustained.
And then after you left the bar, the bilay, and dropped Elizabeth off, you went to a bar or club on the west, or in Cleveland somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
You have no idea the name of this place.
No idea.
Okay. And it obviously, and you had a friend or a guy that you met at the bilay, he followed you over to the club.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. And then when you got to the club, he ordered you 2 sex on the drink or sex on the beach drinks,
Yes.
and that's there's vodka in that drink, correct?
Yes.
Right. And so he brought those drinks to you? He bought those for you?
Yes.
Right. So you don't know how much alcohol was in those drinks, do you?
No.
You weren't there when the person who poured the drinks was pouring those drinks, do you?
No.
And then this person who you just met that night brought you 2 of those drinks, correct?
I didn't just meet him that night.
You knew him.
Yes.
But he brought you those 2 drinks? right?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And then I think your testimony was that you drank those drinks fairly quickly. correct?
Yes.
You drank them within 5 or 10 minutes?
Yes.
All right. So you, again, you're 20 years old, a person you know, but had not come with that night, buys you 2 vodka drinks,
Mm-hmm.
and then you consume those vodka drinks within 10 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Without knowing the actual alcoholic content of those drinks.
Well, vodka.
Okay, but you don't know
How much was in there? No.
You don't know how
No.
much vodka or alcohol was in those drinks, do you?
No.
And you also shared a drink with Maddie, correct?
Yes.
And was she drinking the same drink?
Yes.
Was that drink also purchased by the subject gentleman?
Yes.
So you had consumed maybe half of her drink as well?
Yes. Like, well, me and Juan. sipped
so
on
you
it.
were all sharing the drinks?
Yes,
And the two of them ended up being intoxicated, right?
yes,
I mean, they fell asleep on the way home, right?
yes,
And again, you're the designated driver, so you're gonna drive them home, correct?
correct.
Now, Mr. Gomez, when you picked him up in Perry, correct?
No, I picked him up in Painesville.
In Painesville, okay. So he lives in Perry, right?
No, he lives in Painesville.
Okay, he used to live in Perry.
Yes,
Right. So
his
he
mom
used to
lives in Perry.
He used to live in a place near your parents' place, correct?
Correct,
Now he moved over to Southington.
correct.
And Southington and Cedarbrook are actually
On the same street, you just got.
adjoining streets.
Yeah.
right? So you left downtown at approximately 3:15 in the evening, right? Or in the early morning hours.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
And it took you about 40 minutes, or you started driving then, right?
Yes,
And you indicated that you were not slurring or tripping at this time, correct?
correct.
So based upon the fact that you weren't slurring your words or tripping, you felt that you were okay to drive, right?
Yes.
So that's your test for driving is whether you're
Well,
slurring or tripping.
I've been drunk before, like I've been lit or like to the point where I black out, and I've been drunk before, and I've been like all the stages, and I was fine. Like I was fine to drive.
So you've experienced blackout drunkenness before?
Yeah, when I was younger.
18 years old?
Yeah,
Okay. So in a blackout drunkenness, that means that you don't recall what has occurred, correct?
correct.
And that's normally caused when somebody ingests a large amount of alcohol, do you agree with me?
Yes.
Or drugs of abuse, correct?
What is the question?
You can go into a blackout and not remember things when you're ingesting drugs, right?
Yeah, I think.
Now, marijuana, you said you weren't really feeling the effects of the marijuana on the drive home, correct?
Correct.
So is that because you are familiar with the effects of marijuana
Yes.
and that you would have ingested marijuana on other occasions and knew the effects?
Yes.
Right, so this wasn't your first time smoking marijuana.
No.
And so you knew how you normally would feel, and on this occasion, marijuana made you feel relaxed, I think you testified?
Calm.
Calm. That's very calm. So, now, isn't it true when you were at the club that you were you yourself were posting pictures on Instagram, right?
On Snapchat, yes.
On Snapchat? And you were posting pictures, having a good time, hanging out with other people, correct?
Yes. Well, I just posted, I remember posting a picture of me and Juan, me and Maddie, and then the 2 drinks that I had.
Okay. But you actually posted pictures of, this is what I'm drinking tonight.
I just posted a picture of the 2 drinks.
You were proud that you were consuming alcohol and you wanted to show all your friends that you were.
I mean, a sex on the beach is really pretty, so I just
It's
took a
really
picture of it.
pretty.
Yeah, it's like pink, so I just thought it was a good picture.
And then, at some point, you testified that Mr. Gutierrez posted an inappropriate photo,
Yes.
and so that made you upset with him?
No, not really. I was used to it.
But that didn't impact your unit at all? correct?
No, because he always does that.
And then at some point, he started calling you, correct?
Yes.
He said he was blowing you up, right?
Yes.
And again, this isn't something you did.
No.
Right, so that wasn't really bothering you.
No.
Now, at some point, he made some derogatory comments to you, right?
Yes.
During the phone call. He
Yes.
said he called you a hoe, right?
Yes.
Hoe meaning that you're having sex with a lot of other people? that was he referring to?
I guess.
That didn't bother you either?
No, because I was already used to him telling me everything.
So he's saying all these things, and you start driving home, I believe about 3:15 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And then it takes you about 40 minutes, according to your testimony, to drive from this unknown bar, club in around Cleveland to Cedarbrook area,
Mm-hmm.
in Painesville, right?
Correct.
So you drove the shoreway, the freeway, all the way from Cleveland out to Painesville, right?
Yes.
And then which exit would you get off to go over to Maddie's and drop one?
On Chardon.
So on Route 44 exit?
I don't know what the number is.
Chardon
Chardon exit.
Okay. And so then you drove over to their house, right?
Yes.
And I think you had texted Mr. Gutierrez about 4:16 that you had to pee. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So when you texted him that you had to pee, Juan and Maddie were still in the car, right?
I don't remember. Because I did text him, like, just drop Maddie off, and that's when so yeah, either Maddie was still in the car, I think.
Who did you drop off first?
I don't remember, but I don't remember.
Okay, so you don't remember?
No, I
if it
don't
was Juan
remember.
or Maddie?
Yeah.
And there was definitely 2 stops,
Yes.
but the 2 stops were in relatively close proximity.
Yes.
And so you would have arrived near their place around 4 a.m., correct?
Yes.
A little bit after.
Yes.
And so when you're texting him that you had to pee, it's your belief that you were, at least one of them was still in the car with you.
Yes.
So Juan's a good friend of yours, right?
Yes.
And you've known him for quite some time, right?
Yes.
And you know he was now staying with his aunt over on Southington, right?
Yes.
And he definitely had, nature was calling, right? You had to go, right?
Yes.
And you didn't think to ask him if you could quietly go into his aunt's house and use the restroom, did you?
No, because I don't like sneaking in houses. I don't want to bother people or get people in trouble.
Or get yourself in trouble?
Yes.
Same thing with Maddie, she's a good friend of yours, right?
Yes.
Now, she's living with her parents, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've been to that house many times, right?
Yes.
You know her mom, right?
Yes.
You know her dad?
Yes.
And you didn't think to ask your friend Maddie, hey, I really gotta go, I'm a 9 out of 10 here, can I just walk in and use the restroom?
Well, Maddie was already really drunk and tired, so I didn't want to bother her either.
Okay. Well, did you carry her into the house?
No.
So you woke her up, right?
Yes.
And she physically walked into the house, right?
Yes.
You didn't have to carry her in the house, did you?
No.
So at that point in time, you, again, decided, I'm not gonna ask my good friend to just discreetly use the restroom. You decided not to do that, right?
Correct.
So your plan was thereafter to get on the freeway and go out to, on Ridge Road, Perry, right?
Yes.
And so did you drive back to the freeway off of 44?
Yes.
What was, you remember the route you took?
The bridge? Like, what do you mean?
How'd you get to the freeway?
The same way, like, I just went down on Cedarbrook, took a right, took a left, took another right.
And so you're getting on the freeway to get back on Route 2 to head out to Perry, right?
Yes.
You're gonna head east to go, you know.
On the freeway, I hopped on the freeway going to Perry.
Right, you know
Yes.
how to get from Maddie's house to your parents' house, you've done it a million times.
Yes.
Okay. And so when you got on the freeway, you had already asked him, Mr. Gutierrez, that you needed to pee, right?
Yes.
Right. And then, so at this point in time, you were thinking, I can't hold it, and until I get to Perry, right?
Correct.
And this is from the liquids that you had ingested over the course of the evening, correct?
Yeah, I think mostly it was the water that I was drinking.
And so you decided to exit the Painesville exit, right?
Correct.
And you knew how to get over to this house in North Sinclair, right?
Correct.
You've been there numerous times, right?
Yes.
And so you exited, and once you arrived at the house, at that point, you couldn't hold it anymore.
Correct.
So you lost control of your bladder, and you urinated on yourself, right?
Yes.
So the purpose that you had to go over to Mr. Gutierrez's house was to use the restroom, right?
Yes.
On the way there, or as you were arriving there, you had urinated yourself, correct?
Yes.
So really, the purpose for you going over there was gone, right?
Correct.
But you still decided to go into the house.
As I was pulling in was when I had just peed myself.
Okay. Nothing precluded you from just pulling out and driving to your parents' place in Perry, right?
No.
You didn't want your parents to know that you had urinated yourself, right?
I mean, no.
Right?
Correct.
That's embarrassing, right?
Yeah.
Would have brought up a lot of questions from mom and dad, probably, right?
Probably.
I mean, they don't approve of you going out and drinking, do they?
No, but no.
So you told, so we know from your text messages that you arrived at or approximately 4:29 on February 20th, 2022. Would you agree?
Correct. Yeah.
You were asking Mr. Gutierrez to please be outside,
Yes.
right? So, and this is his grandmother's house. You've been there a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
And his grandmother's Maria Reynoso. right?
Yes.
And that house it's a nice house, right?
Yeah.
I mean, she's done some renovations to the house, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the house, right?
Yes.
It's a common gathering place for the Reynoso family, right?
Yes.
So when you arrived there, you had directed my client to meet you outside of the residence, right?
Yes.
And when you arrived, he was walking outside the residence,
Yes.
just as you had instructed him to do, right?
I mean, I told him to be outside.
Be outside, and he was outside.
He was inside, and then when I pulled in, that's when he opened the door and walked out.
Okay, you opened the door and walked out. And so, let's describe this, it's February 20th, 2022, right?
Mm-hmm.
Earlier
Yes.
This year. And according to your testimony, it was definitely a cold night, right?
Yes.
There's definitely some snow and ice on the driveway, maybe not on the roadways, but on the driveway there, correct?
Yes.
And you specifically recall that because you're driving your vehicle barefoot, right?
Yes.
And the reason you're driving the vehicle barefoot is because you had some wedge shoes on.
Yes.
And you feel more comfortable driving barefoot.
Yes.
So when you got out of the car, you did not put your shoes on, did you?
No.
And so Mr. Gutierrez comes out of the house, and the two of you meet somewhere on the driveway. No, he came to the car.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And then, did he open the door, or did you open the door?
Well, I just rolled down my window at first to tell him that I didn't need to use the bathroom anymore.
So you didn't need to use the bathroom, and so your intention of telling him that you didn't need to use the bathroom was that you were just gonna leave?
Yeah.
Okay. And so nothing prevented you from just pulling out and going to your parents' house, right?
No.
He didn't stop you, did he?
Not at that time, no.
In fact, he invited you in to use the bathroom, to use the shower, right?
Yes,
He said, hey, you got your clothes here, so come in and use the shower, right?
correct.
And again, he didn't ask you to come over. You texted him that you were coming over, right?
Correct.
You voluntarily went to his house, right?
Yes.
And going through that text string, you would send him a smiley emoji, right?
Yes.
And then your testimony today that was just sarcasm, right?
The smiley face?
Smiley face with the hearts, right?
Yeah, that was sarcasm.
That was sarcasm. So when you arrive at the house, you've been drinking, right?
Okay, yeah.
You previously smoked marijuana, right?
Yes.
You peed yourself, right?
Yes.
You're walking in with bare feet in very cold temperatures.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
No jacket on, right?
Correct.
And he invites you to come in to use the bathroom, right?
Correct.
And you thought that was reasonable.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why not. We were good.
Now, you know a person named Juan Carlos Reynoso Ruiz, correct? Juanito.
Yes. Yes.
And Juanito, he goes by Juanito.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you've known him for some time, correct?
Yeah, when I was younger.
When you were
I
younger.
stopped talking to him when I was like 17, 18.
You knew him, but you knew him longer than you've known Damien Gutierrez, correct?
I've known them for like about the same time. I just hung out with Juanito
Right.
when I was
So there
younger.
was a period of time where you were hanging out with Juanito.
Yes.
And that was when you were
Like 15, 16, 17.
15, 16, 17, okay. He's a little bit older than Damien?
I don't know.
So, no problems between you and Juanito?
No.
Never got into an argument, right?
No.
He's a pretty laid back guy, right?
Yes.
And so as of February 20th, 2022, you had a good relationship with Juan Carlos Reynoso Ruiz when you were here.
Yes.
Although you hadn't spoken to him really since you started hanging out with Damien.
We just kind of like stopped talking because he got locked up and stuff. So we just stopped talking.
But you had no animosity towards him.
No.
right? So when you enter the house,
Can I actually use the bathroom quickly?
Yes, go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a lunch break right now. All right, so please remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you about 20 after 1, okay?
did go over to 923 North St. Clair Street on the evening of February 19th, 2022,
Yes.
around 6:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you had communicated with my client through Instagram. He was unblocked at that point in time.
Yes.
Yes?
Correct.
Right. And you had communicated with him regarding you coming over to pick up some shoes
Correct.
and maybe some other piece of clothing.
Yes.
Right? So at that point in time, you knew that Damien Gutierrez had cleared out the clothing from the Euclid apartment, right?
Yes.
And that the clothing was now being stored at 923 North St. Clair, right?
Correct.
And when you went over there, you saw that there were a couple bags of clothing, correct?
Yes.
And may I first witness your honor?
Yep.
All right. So I'm going to hand you what's been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit W1. You recognize that document?
Yes.
And that's an Instagram communication between yourself and Mr. Gutierrez on February 19, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And so it starts at the top. The first line says, LMK, what time I could get that? And that's you communicating on that side, correct?
Yes.
And then the other side with the purple would be Mr. Gutierrez communicating back to you.
Correct.
And you're speaking about the clothes, correct?
Yes.
And so he's asking you what time you were trying to get your clothes that evening, right?
I'm asking, yeah.
Okay. And then you asked him for certain times to get the clothes, correct?
Correct.
And you told him at the bottom here, it says, oh, okay, I just want my fajas and some heels, right?
Yes.
Okay. And fajas is an article of clothing, correct?
It's like a waist trainer, yeah.
Right. And then Mr. Gutierrez responded to you and indicated, okay, and I now put everything in the house, nobody's home, they all went on a trip, so you can come get that whenever you want, just HMU. What does HMU mean?
Hit me up.
Okay. So at that point in time, you're planning to go over there to pick up your clothes.
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked now as Defendant's Exhibit W2. You recognize that document?
Yes.
And that's a continuation of your conversation on Instagram with Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated, okay, thanks, right?
Yes.
You sent him a little heart there, right?
No, that's him liking.
Oh, that's him liking. Say, okay, thanks, okay. And then at 6:26, he asked, no problem, LMK, when you coming? That's let me know, right?
Let me know, yep. Yes.
And then a couple lines down there, he indicated he wanted you to back your car up to the door, right?
Yes.
And then your response was, you're gonna give me everything. I can't take everything, correct?
Correct.
And then he indicated, yeah, why not? I'll show you when you get here, right?
Correct.
And then your response was, BC, WTF, am I gonna tell my parents, right?
Correct.
And that basically means, what am I gonna tell, what the F am I gonna tell my parents, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And he indicates, all right, that's fine, right?
Yes.
And then you okay, I'll pick everything else up on Monday if that's cool, right?
Yes.
So at this point in time, and so you went to the, so you went to the house, you actually did go to the house and pick up your heels that you wore that night, right?
Yes.
And you also picked up the bottoms.
Yes.
And when you got there, you had a conversation with Mr. Gutierrez, right?
Yes.
And his intention was he was gonna give you all the clothes, right?
Correct.
All right. And you didn't wanna take all the clothes because you didn't wanna have all the clothes in your car and then take them back to your parents and then they know that you were seeing them, correct?
Correct.
All right. However, you also made plans, or at least communicated to him that we could do this on Monday, right?
Correct.
Right. So you were making plans to see him after that date, after February 19, 2022, right?
Yes.
Now, going back to that evening, I think we left off with you arriving at the house. Do you recall when we were talking about that?
Yes.
Okay, so I think we left off.
When I went to pick up my shoes.
Pardon?
When I was leaving.
No, when you were driving, you drove back to the house, and you were arriving at the house at about 4:29 in the morning, right?
Okay.
And at this point in time, you're arriving at the house, and I think just to refresh your memory, you met Mr. Gutierrez, you were exiting your vehicle and walking into the house with your bare feet, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you walk into the house before Mr. Gutierrez?
No, he was. I don't remember.
Okay. So, in any event, both of you entered into the house, and you entered into, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit. This is State's Exhibit 3A. And you recognize this photograph of the residence at 923 North St. Clair, correct?
Yes.
And your vehicle was parked. There's two driveways, correct?
Correct.
Or there's two entrances. There's an entrance off of North St. Clair, right?
Yes.
And there's an entrance here off behind.
Correct.
And you, did you pull in the North St. Clair entrance?
No.
There was other vehicles here, right?
Yes.
And do you know who those vehicles belong to?
No.
How many vehicles were there, if you can recall?
I remember just seeing a black truck, but there was more vehicles. I just don't remember.
Okay. And Mr. Gutierrez at that time did not own, or he didn't own his own vehicle, right?
Correct.
And did you know that Maria Reynoso was out of town?
Yes, because he had told me
Right.
in the other message.
And then, so you had pulled into the Hine driveway, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, this pavement here, was that there, this concrete pavement?
No.
It was not?
No.
Okay. What was there?
Like rocks.
Okay, rocks? All right, so it's your testimony as of February 19th, when you arrived, this concrete paving was not present at the house, right?
Like the one outside was.
This part?
I don't remember.
The one up here?
That wasn't.
Okay.
None of that was there.
This was not, this was?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay, you're not sure. So, you drove in here, how far did you pull in to the driveway?
Like I was still on the sidewalk.
You were still on the sidewalk area?
Like the end of it was.
At the end of the apron here?
Yeah.
Were you in the middle of the driveway? Were you on this side toward North St. Clair, or on this side?
Like, I don't know. It was in the middle.
Okay. And then you put the vehicle in park, correct?
Correct.
And you said you locked the car, right?
When I got out, yes.
Okay. And you have a key fob that locks the car?
Yes.
And then you walked into this entrance, which is the side entrance, correct?
Correct.
And there's another entrance out here that faces North Sinclair, correct?
Correct.
Alright. So you walked in the side entrance, and you walked into up those flights of stairs. Photographs. Thank you. This is publishing 6A. And again, this is the first flight of stairs coming in the doorway that we just looked at, correct?
Correct.
And you walked in here first, or did Mr. Gutierrez?
I don't know.
Okay. But you walked in this flight of stairs, and then you immediately were seeking out the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Even though you didn't have to go, you still wanted to go to the bathroom and use the shower.
Correct.
And there's a shower in this downstairs bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And so when you approached the downstairs bathroom, you noticed the door was closed, right?
Correct.
And did you try to open the door?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So prior to you getting to the downstairs bathroom or arriving there, you were alerted that someone else was in the bathroom, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Mr. Gutierrez told you that Juanita was in there?
No, I don't remember that.
You don't remember him saying that to you?
No.
All right. And you never interacted with Juanito or Juan Carlos while you were in the house?
No.
But you knew other people were in the house?
Yes.
Correct? Did he say if there was a male or female in the bathroom?
He didn't say anything.
He just said someone's in the bathroom, you need to go upstairs, right?
Yes.
Now you had heard voices of other people in the house, correct?
Like mumbling.
Okay. Did it sound like male voices or female voices, or could you not tell?
I couldn't tell.
Okay, but you knew other people besides Mr. Gutierrez and yourself were in the house, right?
Yes.
And so you went upstairs, you walked upstairs to go to the second floor bathroom, right?
Yes.
Take a picture of the second floor bathroom, please. And you obviously were familiar with the house, you knew exactly where the bathroom was upstairs, right?
Yep.
You'd showered in that bathroom numerous times, probably.
Not the one upstairs.
The one downstairs?
Yes.
Okay, so this is, we're looking at 6G. This is a photograph of the upstairs bathroom, and this is where you went to change, correct?
Correct.
So, now while you're in the bathroom, and you have your pants down and starting to change, or at least disrobe, that's when your testimony is that Mr. Gutierrez pulled out his phone, correct?
Yes.
All right. So when he pulled out his phone, prior to that, there was no anger between the two of you, correct?
Correct.
You weren't angry at him, he didn't appear angry with you, right?
Right.
All right. So, but when he started recording you, you became angry at him, right?
Not angry, just like, here we go again.
Okay. You started swatting at the phone. That was your testimony, right?
Yeah, I was grabbing it. Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to grab the phone?
No.
And this was his phone, not your phone.
Correct.
Your phone was somewhere on the counter here, correct?
Correct.
Were your keys on the counter too?
No.
Keys were still in your pocket?
Yes.
Were you put them back away?
Well, when I got out of the car, when I pulled down my pants, they were still in my pocket.
They're still in your pocket?
Mhm.
Okay. And so at this point in time, you're over in this area in front of the vanity, maybe toward the toilet to throw your personal
Yeah, I
sanitary
walked.
products away, right?
I walked over there to
Yeah.
throw them.
And Mr. Gutierrez is in this area, which is to the right side of the vanity,
Mhm.
right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when he has his phone out, and your testimony is he's starting to record.
Yes.
So you walked over toward him to try to grab the phone, right?
Yes.
You're swatting at him?
I was just grabbing it, like, I was just trying to grab it.
You were grabbing it,
Yeah.
but you never got in touch with it?
No.
And isn't it true that you started scratching Mr. Gutierrez?
No.
Isn't it true you started clawing at him at that point in time?
No, not that I remember.
You don't remember?
I didn't.
You did not?
No, I did
You
not.
didn't touch my client while you were in the bathroom?
No,
Never laid hands on him?
no. Not while I was grabbing the phone.
So thereafter, at some point in time, you switch positions, correct?
Correct?
So you end up, according to your testimony, you're on this side of the vanity, the right side of the vanity, and he's over in front of the vanity, right?
Correct.
And he still has the phone in his hand?
No,
He has a Corona in his hand?
no.
He has nothing in his hands?
Correct.
All right, and it's your testimony that at that point in time, he starts hitting you, correct?
Correct.
And so is it at that point in time that you start scratching him?
I don't know when I scratched him, but it was like when he was, I think when he was hitting me.
Okay.
I don't remember.
And your testimony was you were kind of cowering, right?
Yeah, like,
Hands
Yes.
protecting, right? So,
So I don't
when you were doing
remember.
this, you weren't scratching him, were you?
no,
Did you release from that cowering position or hands over your face to claw at Mr. Gutierrez?
no. The scratching happened like when we were outside.
Okay. So in the bathroom, you never scratched him?
No.
And there was no biting that occurred in this bathroom?
No.
And so no bite marks that were incurred or present on your body or inflicted in this bathroom?
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah. He didn't bite, you're not saying he bit you in the bathroom?
No, he didn't bite me in the bathroom.
Okay. That's your testimony here today, right?
Yes.
So he left the bathroom, right, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes.
And then you moved to some other position, we don't have a photograph of it, somewhere on the second floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And you didn't close the bathroom door and lock you in there, did he?
No.
And so you were allowed to, or permitted without impediment to move to a different position, right?
Correct.
And then ultimately, your testimony is you witnessed him come back upstairs, right?
I heard him, yeah.
You heard him? You
Yes.
didn't see him?
No, but I could hear the
And
steps.
then you started to go down the stairs, right?
Correct. When he reached the bathroom.
And there was no biting that occurred on the way out of the house, right?
Correct.
And you weren't scratching him on the way out of the house?
No.
Okay. Now, you're not denying that you scratched him, right?
Correct.
Okay, so, I didn't catch it during your examination by the prosecuting attorney, but you did scratch and claw my client all over his face and neck, correct?
I scratched him, yes.
And you're not denying that you actually bit my client, right?
Yeah, I don't remember
You don't remember?
biting him.
Pardon?
Not that I recall.
Not that you recall. So it's your testimony that you're in court, that you never bit Damien Gutierrez on September 20th, 2022.
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't remember biting him.
So while you were in the bathroom upstairs and he had left, you were by yourself, correct?
Correct.
You said you moved to another area of the house, right?
Yes.
And again, you were by yourself. Mr. Gutierrez was not impeding your movement at that point in time, correct?
Correct.
And you knew other people were in the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at that point in time, since you were afraid of Mr. Gutierrez or afraid of he was coming back, you yelled out for help, right?
I was just yelling, "Stop hitting me."
So that was when you were with Mr. Gutierrez, right?
In the bathroom,
Yeah,
yes.
so let's talk about after he left. You never yelled out for help after he left you in the bathroom.
No.
You never yelled out for any assistance for anyone after he left in the bathroom.
No, because it happened so fast, I was just thinking about getting out of the house.
So you're going down the stairs, well, first of all, did you see anyone else upstairs?
No,
That's where Maria Reynoso's bedroom is, correct?
correct. I don't know where her bedroom is.
There's some bedrooms upstairs, right?
There's bedrooms
Yeah.
upstairs, yes.
So, and you didn't see any other persons upstairs while you were there?
Correct.
So the voices would have been from the downstairs area?
Yeah,
correct?
from the basement, yes.
From the basement or downstairs? You didn't know where anyone was located, right?
Correct.
So you started coming down those 2 flights of stairs, right?
Yes.
And at that point in time, did you yell for assistance at any point in time for anyone in the house?
While I was leaving the house?
Yeah.
No,
So you never yelled for help while you were in the house?
no.
So once you were inside the vehicle, well, it's your testimony that as you're running down the stairs, right?
Yes.
You're running or walking?
Running?
Okay, so you're running down the stairs. You didn't trip and fall, did you?
No.
All right, so you're running down the stairs barefoot, right?
Yes.
And you open the door, right?
Correct.
You didn't, Mr. Gutierrez didn't get in front of the door and block you in there, did he?
In front of me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. And at some point, with you, from you coming down the stairway, the 2 sets of stairs, Mr. Gutierrez was able to take the keys out of your hand. Right?
Yes.
What, did he just pluck them out of your hands?
Well, he pulled my hair back and then he grabbed onto me and I just let go of the keys and just ran.
So he was behind you, he grabbed onto your hair, and then he grabbed the keys themselves,
Yes.
and then, once he had the keys, he let you go?
Yes.
So it appeared that, from your perspective, that he was after the keys,
Yes.
not after you?
Or me. I don't know what he was after, but once he grabbed onto the keys, he let me go.
Okay.
And I just started, I got off, like, I just went like that so he could let go of me. And I just started running again.
And so but he was close enough to touch you at that point in time?
Yes.
Was that on the upper landing or the lower landing?
I don't remember. I know I was going downstairs though.
Okay. And so, at that point in time, he's close enough to touch you, right?
Yes.
And you were permitted to exit the same side door, right?
Yes.
Out into the driveway.
Correct.
And again, you had no shoes on, you walked out to your vehicle, correct?
I ran, yeah.
And then, but prior to that, you had the foresight to unlock the car, right?
Yes.
So fortunately, you're able to have your keys, unlock the car, just prior to him grabbing the keys and taking them from you, right?
Yes.
Right. And he didn't lock the car and prevent you from getting in the car, did he?
No.
All right, so you were able to get inside the car.
Yes.
And then, at this point in time, you're in the driver's seat of the vehicle, right?
Correct.
Intending to, your intentions were to drive away, right?
Correct.
All right. So at this point in time, Mr. Gutierrez opens the driver's side door, right?
Yes.
And then it's your testimony that he had one arm pulling your arm, right?
Yes.
And one arm pulling your hair.
Yes.
So which arm was pulling which, do you recall?
No.
You just know that your arm and your hair were being pulled.
Yes.
And then, he didn't strike you while you were in the car, did he?
Yes.
He
He was
did?
hitting me. He was trying to get me to let go of the wheel and telling me to let go, come inside, the police
Okay,
are
so
gonna come.
where was he striking you?
Where was he striking me? I don't know. He was just hitting me. I was just holding onto the wheel and going like this.
Okay, so in just for the record, you're demonstrating that you have both arms.
And I had one arm
One arm, your
like
right
that
arm, over
and
the
holding
steering
on.
wheel, and your head is kind of buried onto the steering wheel.
Yeah, one of my hands is inside, like this holes for the steering wheel, and I'm grabbing onto the other one.
Okay, so that's your
Well,
right
and
arm
he's-
that's in there.
Yeah.
So your right arm's inside the steering wheel.
Yes.
And so your left arm would have been the exposed arm. Was he grabbing onto your left arm?
Yes.
And the right arm is buried into the steering wheel.
Yeah, like inside the steering wheel.
And the first thing Mr. Gutierrez did, you said he was striking you, right?
Yes.
You don't know where he was striking you.
I don't know.
And so, but you do recall him biting your right arm.
Yes.
So, the first thing you remember is him biting your right arm,
Yes.
and then you recall him biting your stomach, right?
I don't remember my stomach.
I don't remember that. Later you found out, or it was discovered that there was some bite marks on the stomach.
Yes.
So you don't specifically recall him biting your stomach?
No.
You recall him biting on your right chin, correct?
Yes.
So as you were sitting in the car, at some point, Mr. Gutierrez just started, according to your testimony, just like a dog just coming after you and biting you, right?
Yes.
And you weren't doing anything to him at this point in time.
I was just trying not to let him get me out of the car.
And so by trying to not let him get out of the car, were you scratching him?
No.
You were not?
No.
Okay. And then ultimately, you kind of laid down with your head back against the passenger door, right?
Yes.
And then at some point, Mr. Gutierrez just let go of you, right?
What do you mean let go of
He
me?
just got off of you at some point, right?
After he bit me and
Yeah, right.
everything?
Yeah.
Correct.
He just got off of you. And so you did nothing to precipitate him getting off you. You weren't biting his right middle finger.
Well, when he was on top of me, biting on my chin, that's when I was like pushing him off. That's when I'm pretty sure that's when I scratched him.
Okay, so when you're pushing him off, that's when you were scratching.
Yeah, trying to get him off of me.
And during that time, you don't specifically recall biting him.
I don't remember that.
It's just, so Mr. Gutierrez has bite marks on his body. Those possibly self-inflicted?
I don't know.
Okay. But you're saying here that you don't remember biting Mr. Gutierrez?
Correct. I don't remember.
And then at some point in time, after you were pushing him, or at that point maybe scratching him, he just gets off of you, he doesn't strike you, does he?
No, because I think he's seen the police pull up, or he saw something. He got scared. So that's when he stopped.
Well, you didn't see the police there while you were in the car, right?
No.
The police didn't arrive until you were sitting lying next to the car, correct?
Correct.
Did you fall getting out of the car?
No, I was just like sliding down
How did you open the door?
with my hand.
Okay, so you opened the door with your hand and then you slid out of the passenger seat?
Yes. And
So
then,
you
yeah.
slid out torso first or upper body first onto the car?
I don't remember. I don't remember how I got out. I just remember opening the door, getting out, and just shriveling up. And
Now, you recall going to the, you were taken for treatment at,
Tri
TriPoint, but prior to that, you were treated by the EMS, correct?
Yes.
And they asked you if you wanted to seek medical treatment, do you recall that?
Yes.
And you told them that you did not want to be transported for any medical treatment, right?
Correct.
And the reason you didn't want to do that, I'm guessing, because you didn't want the parents to find out, right?
Mostly because of the bill. I didn't want to pay for that.
Okay, so it was a financial consideration.
Yes.
And then you ultimately went to the Painesville Police Department, right?
Yes.
And at the Painesville Police Department, you told them, you gave them a version of what happened, right?
Correct.
And today you told us all about, what you drank and what you smoked, right?
Correct.
And now when you went to the Painesville Police Department, you told them you were the designated driver, right?
Correct.
And you just left it at that.
I don't.
Right?
Yeah.
You didn't offer to them that you drinking alcohol or smoking marijuana, did you?
They didn't ask, no.
They didn't ask, you didn't offer? right?
Mm-mm.
Yes?
Correct.
And then,
Hold on. Wait, scoot up, keep that voice up, okay?
Mm-hmm.
and then you, ultimately, your mom was contacted, right?
Yes, I called her.
You called her?
Yes.
She came over to the police department, right?
Yes.
And your mom lives in Perry, right?
Yes.
So she came over, she was able to talk to you and observe you, right?
Yes.
And then ultimately, she transported you over to Tri-Point Hospital, correct?
Correct.
And you know that you and Mr. Gutierrez were in the hospital at the same time, are you aware of that?
My mom had seen him there, yes.
Okay, so your mom saw Mr. Gutierrez in the hospital, and she relayed that to you
Yes.
while you were in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell anyone that he was in the hospital?
No.
Were there any, there were no policemen with you in the hospital, right?
Correct.
It was just you and your mom
Yes. And my brother.
and your brother? Okay. So I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as defendants exhibit B as a boy. So your hospital records from Tri-Point. Have you reviewed these records at all?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that you were asked about what had happened by the hospital personnel while you were there?
Yes.
And that was for purposes of them treating you at the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to turn to page 000075. You there?
Hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
And then about halfway down in this paragraph, it talks about what you reported to them. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And there it stated, and then when she came out, well, I'm sorry, she reports going up to the bathroom upstairs, changing, and then when she came out, he started attacking her, slapping her in the face, and biting her in several locations, including her chin, abdomen, right foot, and right arm. PT states that she was trying to get him off of her and was hitting him back and tried to run away and out of the house. PT states that she got in her car, but he tried to get in after her and was still attacking her, so she beat the horn many times and ultimately police arrived. Right? That's what it says?
Yeah, that's what it said.
Okay. So this, when you went to the hospital, this was 7 in the morning, a little after 7 in the morning on February 20th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
So, you testified earlier you were feeling okay at 4, so I'm guessing you were feeling not impaired at 7 in the morning, right?
Correct.
And so you were able to answer the questions, right?
Yes.
And understand the questions they asked you, right?
I was still shaken up a little bit about the whole thing, so yeah, that. But what was the question?
Well, I mean, you weren't impaired by alcohol at 7.
Oh, no, not with alcohol.
And so apparently you told them that you were bitten up in the bathroom, right?
Apparently. Yes.
Or- Yes?
It says that, yes.
Okay. And then thereafter, they asked you about alcohol or drug use, right? And just after that, you reported she also denies any drug or alcohol use this evening, right?
Correct.
So they had asked you, they meaning the medical personnel, the medical personnel at Tri-Point Hospital had asked you if you were consuming alcohol or any drugs of abuse, right?
Correct.
And you denied that.
Correct.
So you lied to them.
I wouldn't say lied, but I wasn't really thinking about it at that time
Well, it wasn't
when I
it
was,
wasn't a trick
when they were
question.
asking me.
These people were trying to help you, right?
Yes.
And you didn't want to admit to anyone, especially in front of your mom, that you were drinking alcohol or using drugs, right?
Not that I didn't want to admit, I just didn't take it as serious at the time. Like, I'm just like, no. Well, I didn't really consider it that I was drinking because it wasn't a lot for me to be.
Because you drank a lot more previously, right?
Yeah, when I was younger, yeah.
When you were younger, and you experienced blackouts, right?
Yes.
No further questions?
Are you ready?
One moment, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez showed you some images of the conversation you and Damien had prior to you going over to his house about picking up your items.
Correct.
And there was a part in there when you realized that he was planning on taking all of your clothes. And you say, WTF, am I gonna tell my parents? What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
So what am I going to tell my parents where, like, how I got this stuff if I wasn't supposed to be seeing him?
Okay, so you were concerned that if you showed up at home with all of your belongings, they would know that you were seeing him.
Yes.
Why didn't you want them to know you were seeing him?
Because they told me I didn't want them to be disappointed.
When you were running down the stairs, trying to get out of the defendant's house, was he chasing you down the stairs?
Yes.
And you had your keys in your hand, was that because you were going to run into your car and leave?
Yes.
And took your keys from you?
Yes.
And then you ran out the door, followed you out the door,
Yes.
and you got in your car and locked him out.
Yes.
You unlocked the door,
Yes.
opened the door,
Yes.
got in the car on top of you as you were trying to crawl towards the passenger seat.
Yes.
You were trying to get away from him.
Yes.
You were not able to get away from him.
No.
No, he was not letting you get away from him.
No, he was not letting me get away from him.
Why did you not yell for help to the unknown people in the basement?
Because they're his family. What are they gonna do? And I didn't wanna cause any commotion
How did you know they were his family?
because his uncle. That was his uncle's truck. I assumed.
You assumed that was his uncle's truck?
Yes.
Why did you assume that?
Cause he usually has a car, like a truck like that. So I just assumed that it was his.
Okay, and you didn't know who was in the basement?
No, I didn't.
But you knew they were there with the defendant?
Yes.
When you were still in your car before you crawled out the passenger door, you were laying down on the seat, right?
Yes, kind of, yeah.
So would you have been able to see out the windows to see if the police were there yet?
No.
And when you were outside the car and the police came up to you, that's just when the police approached you?
Yes.
Out of their car? first.
Yes.
They could have been there before that?
Yes.
When you had been at the hospital, you had it up on the screen here and you were telling the medical personnel what had happened to you, had you already spoken to the police?
Yes.
You had already told the police that you were hit in the bathroom and then bit in the car?
Yes, I think so.
attempt to zoom out here, so give me one moment. Okay. These notes that are typed here on the screen, did you write that?
No,
Do you know who wrote that?
no,
Did you, or when you were speaking to the hospital personnel, was somebody taking notes of what you were saying?
yes,
As you sit here today, do you remember telling them that he bit you in the bathroom?
no,
Do you remember telling them that you scratched him and hit him while in the house?
no,
And your testimony is that he hit you in the bathroom,
yes,
you ran out of the house, and when you got in the car and he followed you in the car, that's when he started biting you.
yes.
And when you were honking the horn and screaming for help, what did the defendant say to you?
He was telling me, like, shut up, like, the police is gonna come inside, come inside.
Okay, and what did you take that to mean?
Like, he's just gonna bring me back in there and, I don't know.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
Yes. Okay, Ms. Ramos, you testified that you didn't want your parents to be disappointed that you were seeing Damien Gutierrez, right?
Correct,
Although prior to this, you've seen him on at least 2 occasions in February, right?
correct,
You hooked up with him one time, right?
yes,
Picked him up from work, right?
yes,
This was the first time you'd seen him since your family deserted him in Mexico, correct?
yeah, that happened that whole week,
Yeah.
yes,
I mean, basically, you were doing one thing and telling your parents the other thing, right?
yes, but we would always go back and talk to each other.
And Ms. Jerome, I asked you why you weren't yelling for any assistance while you're in the house, you recall that?
Yes,
So, it was your impression that Mr. Gutierrez's uncle was in the house, right?
correct.
And his name is Jose Reynosa, is that correct?
I don't know names,
Okay, you met him before?
yes,
All right. He's older than Mr. Gutierrez, right?
yes,
You'd seen him maybe at some family functions or at the house, right?
yes,
I mean, you've been to that house many times previously, right?
yes,
You had no quarrel or you weren't enemies with Mr. Gutierrez's uncle, were you?
with who?
You didn't have a beef with him. You weren't enemies with his uncle, were you?
No,
And again, he's older than you. You're 20. Damien's a couple of years older than you. His uncle's significantly older, right?
yeah, I thought, yeah,
Right?
Mhm.
So you thought he was in the house, but you didn't want to say anything because what, you didn't want to disturb him?
I didn't want to make any commotion,
Okay. but
because I was just planning on going home, I wasn't gonna do anything.
You testified that you were afraid, right?
Yes,
That you were fearful, right?
yeah, I didn't think that they were gonna help me. Why
But
would they
these
help me?
People who own this house here that you've visited many times before, right?
Yes,
That it's a house where family members are welcome, right?
yes,
It's his grandmother's house, Maria Reynosa, right?
yes,
And you're worried, according to your testimony, that these family members would not assist you, right?
because I didn't think that they liked me already, and I was, we would
They're not
argue
gonna
all the
assist
time.
you. So my client's beating you up.
Yes,
And they're just gonna ignore that. That's your mind. That's the type of people these people are.
yes, that's what I thought, yes,
Yeah. That these people are just people who will support someone assaulting someone in their nice home there that Maria Reynosa has owned for 20 years. right?
definitely, yes,
In the hospital, when you went to the hospital, you told a story to the hospital personnel as to what happened, right? They asked you what happened,
correct.
correct? Now, you don't, you said you don't remember why you told them or telling them a different story, right?
Well, I didn't type anything down or write anything down, they were just writing down what they heard me say,
Okay.
So,
And you weren't drunk, right?
no,
You weren't slurring your words,
no,
right? You weren't incapacitated, that you couldn't talk to him, were you?
correct,
Your mom was with you now, right?
correct.
Your mom wasn't with you when you were in the Painesville Police Department, was she?
Yes, she was.
Not when you were interviewing with the police, correct?
I don't remember.
But you do remember at the hospital them asking you whether you were drinking or using drugs, right?
Yes,
And you specifically remember telling them, no, I wasn't using anything, right?
Will you raise your right hand, please? You swear the testimony about gives you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got. All right, seat right here. Please do your best to keep your voice up and speak into that mic, okay?
okay.
Ms. Ronick?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thank you. Can you please state your name and spell it for the record?
Julie Pokersnick, Julie Pokersnik.
And are you employed?
Yes,
What is your occupation?
I'm an emergency medicine physician.
How long have you been a doctor?
For 7 years.
And where are you currently employed?
I currently am employed at Lake Health, now UH Lake Health.
Any specific location? I know there's more than one.
Yes, I work at Tri-Point as well as Lake West.
Now, are you employed by UH?
I am not. I work for a physician-owned company. It's called U.S. Acute Care Solutions. We're contracted by the hospital to run their emergency departments.
And you work in the emergency department for all those locations that you mentioned?
That's correct.
Did you go to medical school?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to medical school?
Northeast Ohio Medical University.
And when did you graduate?
I graduated in 2015.
Is there any further training that you need as a doctor after medical school?
Yes, you typically do a residency in whatever field of medicine you're specializing in. So in my particular instance, that's emergency medicine, and that's a 3-year residency following graduation from medical school.
And where did you do that residency?
Cleveland Clinic, Akron General.
And you did that residency in emergency medicine?
That's correct.
You said it was 3 years, so 2015 to 2018?
That's correct.
And what were you doing? What kind of work were you doing during the residency program?
So you similarly work in the emergency department, but you're guided and assisted through seeing patients with attending physicians. So those are people who have already completed residencies, such as myself currently, and they work at training facilities to help train upcoming emergency physicians. So you do that for 3 years side by side with them. They see all of the patients that you see and help you with medical decision making.
Are you also, during your residency program, taking any sort of classes?
Yeah, there's didactic component to it as well. So there's educational meetings basically every week, and so there's required coursework, so to speak. It's not the same as a book class that you do in, say, undergrad or college or something like that, but there is a material that you're required to read and discuss, and cases that we review and that sort of thing.
During your residency, do you do any sort of training outside of, like, for example, the emergency department for you?
Yes, there's other rotations, so we spend time in the intensive care unit, other critical care units, OBGYN, surgery, trauma, all of those. There's quite a variety, but yeah, we do
And
spend time.
Did you do all of those rotations while
Yes.
you were in school?
Yes, I did.
After you completed your residency program, is there another requirement before you're certified as a physician?
Yes, you have to become board certified. So you are able to start practicing independently when you are board eligible, which would be after you graduate residency, but you are required within the first 2 years, I think, outside of graduating residency to complete your state board exam.
Okay, and that's a test?
Correct, yes, that's a test.
And when did you complete that?
Gosh, probably, I'm not positive. Definitely within the first year after my graduation from residency, so that would have been 2018, so probably 2019.
Okay, and you currently are a board certified physician in emergency medicine?
That's correct.
And what is your job title now? You mentioned attending or?
Yes, you're called an attending when you have completed your board certification, you've graduated from residency, so yes, I would be an attending emergency medicine physician.
And have you been working in the Lake Health, well, now UH system since 2018?
Yes, that's correct.
As a board certified emergency medicine physician, what kind of injuries can you treat or do you treat?
Basically everything. Any reason that anyone would come to an emergency department, anything from, a cut to a broken bone to severe motor vehicle accidents, severe head trauma, but we see other things obviously when people are having a heart attack or a stroke or essentially any age, any reason they would come.
And when somebody comes into your ER, what's the process for how they're taken through and treated?
So I guess it depends. They can either come by ambulance or by private vehicle. So if they come by ambulance, then they typically go right to a room, are met by sometimes myself or a physician assistant, as well as nurses. That process is a little different. If you walk in the front door, you kind of come in, you're registered, and then you're taken to triage. Typically a medic or a triage nurse will take your vital signs, ask just kind of the basic questions, why you're there, your medical history, and then they triage a level of acuity. It kind of goes 1 through 5 based on your level of illness or the presenting complaint, and then based on how busy the emergency department is at that time, you would either go to a room, or if it's a lower acuity and there isn't room available, there's other, say, sicker patients, then they would be brought back first, and then there's kind of an order based on that. But then eventually you would come back into a room. You would either be seen by myself and or a nurse practitioner or physician assistant, as well as the nurse, and we take a history, examine the patient, and then decide what workup, tests, medications, other types of things they would need.
When you say you take a history, what do you mean by that?
So we essentially ask the reason for presenting to the emergency department that day. So I typically start that open-ended by saying, what brings you in today? And then the patient kind of tells you why they're there, and then you ask additional questions that help you determine what they may or may not need or what may or may not be going on.
And why do you start with taking that medical history?
Well, I guess if I didn't know why they were there, then it's very difficult to make medical decisions about how to treat them. So it's really just to get an idea of what type of concern they're having, what type of symptoms they're having. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, so that
Okay.
the things that you learn from that medical history, do those have any effect on what decisions you make and how you treat that individual?
Yes.
After you take the medical history, what is the next step?
Then physical exam.
Okay, so what does that entail?
It essentially is examining the patient. We don't always do a full head-to-toe exam. It depends on their complaint, but mostly a focused exam based on the area of their concern, as well as any other additional pertinent exam components. So that can be listening to your heart and lungs, examining your abdomen, any areas of injury or that sort of thing. Neurologic exam, say for example, if you were having a stroke, we would do a thorough neurologic assessment, that sort of thing.
you working for the Lake Health System on February 20th, 2022?
I was.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnny?
Yep.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Could you take a look at that for a moment? Let me know if you recognize it. I'm sorry. Let me know if you recognize it, but I apologize.
Yes, this appears to be the medical record from that day for Michelle Ramos.
Okay. And did you treat Michelle Ramos on that day?
I did.
And what did she come in for?
She came in for injuries and altercation with her, I guess, ex-boyfriend. At the time, she had said that he called her to come over there to pick up some clothing, and then she needed to use his bathroom, so when she went in to use the bathroom, then changed clothes, because I guess she had urinated on herself, and when she came out, there was a physical altercation. He bit her several times, and so she was there for assessment of the injuries.
And did you do a physical exam?
I did.
And what did you observe in your physical exam?
She had several bite injuries, one to her face, one to her abdomen, one to her forearm, and then some injuries on her toe, like some bruising and scratches.
How often do you see, if ever, human bites in the emergency department?
Occasionally, I guess I would say.
Are you trained in how to treat them?
Yes.
Okay, and what is the generally how do you treat a human bite when it comes in?
So we typically clean the wounds, depending on how deep or gaping it is. We may have to, usually we don't stitch them because they're usually not really wide open, and they're contaminated from the bacteria in someone's mouth. So we typically just clean them well, update their tetanus if they are not up to date on their tetanus shots, and then most often we treat with antibiotics just because they're prone to infection from, if they're significant break in the skin, they're prone to infection. So.
You mentioned the bacteria in a human mouth. Does that have any bearing on the possibility of infection?
Yes, any bite wound from human or animal, there's a lot of bacteria in your mouth, so if there's a break in the skin, which often there is, we always cover with antibiotics because the bacteria in the mouth can get into the soft tissue in the skin and create an infection. It does that relatively commonly, so we just treat with antibiotics before any infection arises.
And what could happen if an infection does occur?
Well, obviously you can get infection of just the skin or soft tissue, but if left untreated, you could potentially get deeper structure involvement, so infections of skin can end up going to bone or to bloodstream, and then you could be significantly ill, potentially life-threatening if you weren't on antibiotics.
And you mentioned that you don't generally stitch bite wounds. Why is that?
Similarly, if you close the skin too tightly, you risk basically trapping that bacteria in there. So sometimes, for example, dog bites, if there's a huge opening in the skin, you know, like that or something, we'll put a few stitches in it just to bring it a little closer together to help with healing, but we still leave it sort of spaced and a little bit open so that any infection in there can be let to kind of drain out. Your body can drain it out. So typically no.
So after conducting the physical exam on Ms. Ramos, what medical decisions were made?
So she had those obvious bite wounds, so I updated her tetanus shot, put her on antibiotics, and then there was bruising on, I can't recall which toe exactly, but one of her toes that was tender when I touched it, so difficult to tell whether or not there was an injury to the bone there, so we did an x-ray.
And you said that she had clear bite wounds to her face, or you said obvious bite wounds or clear bite wounds.
Correct.
What made you so sure that they were bite wounds, other than her saying it?
So it's, if you've seen a bite on a person before, it's pretty obvious that they're kind of round or oval shaped, where the lines of your teeth go. And typically they're a little more significant towards the center where your biting teeth are versus the kind of sides of your mouth where you oftentimes don't get as much injury. So they have a relatively definitive look.
And did each of the wounds you mentioned on her face, on her abdomen, and on her arm, were those all consistent with a human bite?
Yes, they were.
Specifically regarding the bite to her face, if you recall, is that an injury that you would have done stitches on if it was not a human bite?
Yes, I believe that it was gaping in some areas. The skin was a little bit wider apart, so if that was a pure cut from something else, we most likely would have put a few stitches in it to bring that skin closer together just to decrease scarring.
Did you have any follow-up questions for Ms. Ramos after viewing her injuries and thinking about how she had said that she got them?
Yes, I asked her sort of the extent of what took place, if there was any sexual assault or something like that, just because I thought that to be bitten on the abdomen seemed a little odd if you were standing up arguing with somebody or something like that. So I just was concerned that there could have been something else that happened, so I asked her about that, which she said no, there was no sexual assault.
Was she able to articulate how she received the foot injuries?
Yes, she said that she had ran out to her car and gotten in her car, and I think he had gotten in the car after her, and she was, I don't remember if her shoes fell off or how her shoes came off or didn't have them on, but she I think was trying to kick him to get him out of the car or something, and I think that's how the bite got to her foot.
Now, on that same day, did you also have occasion to treat Damien Gutierrez-Reynoso?
I did.
Okay. Were you aware at that point that that was the other person involved in the altercation?
Yes, I was.
And what was the medical history that you received from Mr. Gutierrez-Reynoso at that time?
Similar, except he said that she was calling him to try to pick up the clothing. And same thing, she had urinated on herself, asked to use the bathroom, and then went into the bathroom to change. And then he said when she came out, she started attacking him, hitting and scratching him and that sort of thing.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 11. You could take a look through that for me. Have you taken a look at those?
Yes.
Can you tell me what those are?
These are the medical records for Damien Gutierrez.
And I know we've already talked about Ms. Ramos' medical records, but can you just go through what a medical record is?
Yeah, so it's essentially the printout of the encounter, and it has a lot of information, but it includes essentially the history and physical exam, medical decision-making that I did, as well as all of the registration, typically the patient's insurance and address and all of their personal information. It also includes nursing notes, vital signs, any tests that were ordered, as well as results of those tests, medicines that were given, medications that patients were discharged on, essentially everything all-encompassing of the encounter.
And are these, excuse me, are these records kept for every patient that walks through the door and is treated?
Yes,
Okay, so as part of the ordinary course of business in the hospital, a medical record is generated.
That's
For
correct.
the patient. And both with Ms. Ramos's medical records and Mr. Gutierrez's medical records, have you reviewed them prior to coming in today?
Yes,
Okay. And do both of those records fairly and accurately depict the treatment that you remember that the two received on
Yes.
February 20th?
yes, they do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so you took a medical history of Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso, and then did you move on to a physical exam?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you observe during the physical exam?
He had several scratches on his, on the side of his face, mostly his cheek and neck area, and he had some injury to his hand.
And what was that injury to his hand?
There were some abrasions on one of his fingers, and then some bruising and swelling on kind of his hand.
And did he specifically say what had happened to his hand to cause those injuries?
He said that she had bitten him on the finger, and then didn't really say what happened to the rest of the hand.
Okay. And did you observe abrasions or lacerations on the finger?
Yes.
Were they consistent with a bite?
Not like a obvious round circular bite. So they looked like abrasions or scratches, but it was difficult to say exactly how that occurred.
Did you treat him as if he had a human bite anyways?
I did, yes.
And why
because
did you do that?
Because he said that it was a bite, so.
Okay. So antibiotics,
Correct,
didn't suture it closed?
correct.
Okay. All right, so what medical decisions did you make regarding Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso after conducting the physical exam?
So similarly, the cleaning of the wounds, tetanus shot, antibiotics for the potential bite wound, and then an x-ray of his hand for the injury and bony tenderness there.
And did you review the x-ray that was done of his hand?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what were the results of that x-ray?
He had a fracture through the fourth metacarpal, which is the bone that kind of lines up in your hand with your ring finger here.
Okay, so there's a
A
break in
broken
the bone?
bone, yes.
Okay. And how was that broken bone treated?
With a splint. So a splint is essentially a temporary cast, so it gets hard, kind of like a cast, but it allows room for swelling, so we don't cast people right away because of swelling. So that serves as essentially a temporary cast until they can follow up with a orthopedic doctor for a more permanent casting or other treatment, sometimes surgery or whatever they might require, but.
1 moment. Now, doctor, I'm going to ask you to turn, do you have page numbers at the top of your records up there?
Oh, yes.
Okay, like out of 67?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to turn to page 33 of 67.
Okay.
Okay, and under your the diagnostic impressions section,
Yes.
was that written by you?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and the portion where it states, let's see if you follow along with me, did ask the patient if he punched anything, which is often likely the cause of this type of injury.
Yes.
What was, the patient is Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, and what was his response?
He didn't know. He didn't really say.
Okay, so he didn't say one way or another whether he had punched anything?
Correct.
Okay.
No.
In
He-
the
no.
records here, does it say which he denies?
Oh, yes. Yeah. He said he didn't, but he didn't really say how it happened.
Okay.
Did you order for both?
Did you order any follow-up treatment? We'll start with Ms. Ramos.
Yeah, I just always recommend that somebody follows up to have their injuries reevaluated in that particular case. So a cut or an open wound, something like that, just with their primary care doctor typically.
Did you order any medication for Ms. Ramos other than the antibiotic?
I don't recall. I don't believe so.
Okay, if you can take a look at the record.
Yeah, I don't remember, I
But,
apologize. Possibly ibuprofen or something, but I'm not sure. Yes, I guess I gave her ibuprofen every 6 hours for pain.
Okay, and is there a reason that you didn't prescribe an opiate or something stronger than that? Or is that just something normally that you do, is ibuprofen?
Yeah, I mean, we typically reserve opiates for, or stronger pain medication for things like broken bones or I typically just reserve them for more substantial types of pain-causing things. That doesn't mean that these things aren't painful, but ibuprofen and Tylenol are actually excellent pain medications, and studies show that Tylenol and ibuprofen given together, actually, if people don't know, it gives the same amount of pain relief as an opiate. So we typically don't give them very often.
And then for Mr. Gutierrez-Reynoso, what type of follow-up orders did you make for him, for his treatment?
I would have to look, but I believe I would obviously have him follow up with an orthopedic doctor or something like that for the fracture.
And why is that?
Because, again, that splint is temporary and they have to replace that with a more permanent cast, or sometimes, probably not in this particular case, but sometimes people will require surgery on a broken bone, depending on what it is. So the orthopedic provider is typically who will manage that and make the decisions about healing of the bone and what needs to be done for further care for that.
And did you order any medication for Mr. Gutierrez-Reynoso?
The antibiotic, for sure. I'm not sure. I'd have to look. Yes, yeah, ibuprofen as well.
Okay.
600 milligram ibuprofen is slightly stronger, but
Slightly stronger than,
than 400 milligrams in the over-the-counter, but yeah.
okay.
It's just a higher dose.
Is the 400 milligrams, you're saying that's what you ordered for Ms. Ramos?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
One moment. I have nothing further, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Cross-examination?
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'm Hector Martinez. I represent Mr. Gutierrez. I'll ask you a few questions here today. Okay, so with regard to Ms. Ramos, well, first of all, at the time you were treating both Ms. Ramos and Mr. Gutierrez, at that time, did you know that they were both involved in the same incident?
I did, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. And so in treating Ms. Ramos, you had previously testified as to what she had relayed to you for purposes of her medical treatment,
Mhm.
the statement she made to you, correct?
Yes.
So based on her statements, it was your impression that the bite wounds had occurred while she was standing up in a bathroom of a residence. Is that correct?
Correct, except she said she ran outside and then there was some incident in the car, so I guess she wouldn't have been standing up during that, but yeah.
But just from her statements to you, you felt it was kind of odd because it was you were under the impression that these bite wounds had occurred in a bathroom in a residence. And that struck you as odd.
Yes.
Okay. And it was also reported to you by Ms. Ramos that, and this is common, you're going to ask someone, especially someone coming in, late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, you're going to ask them about alcohol or drug use, correct?
Yes.
And that's, it's important to know if they have any substances in their body, so if you're prescribing something for them, you don't want any, what is it, comorbidity?
Oh, you mean like an interaction?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, you don't want an interaction with the drugs that you're prescribing and maybe drugs or alcohol in the body, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and Ms. Ramos self-reported to you and to the hospital that she had not ingested any alcohol that evening, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And she self-reported to you that she had not ingested any drugs of abuse, correct?
Correct.
And you did not perform any toxicology screened, you didn't ask to do a blood draw on her, correct?
No.
Okay. And then same for Mr. Gutierrez, you did not request any toxicology screens on Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
No, I did not.
Now, with regard to Mr. Gutierrez, I want to, if you could turn to page 33 of State's Exhibit, I think that's 11. Is that
Okay.
Mr. Gutierrez's records?
Yes. 33?
Yes.
Did you say it was 11? Exhibit 11?
Yeah, State's Exhibit 11.
Okay.
Okay, right here, and this is what Ms. Ronak had asked you about diagnostic depression. And this is what you wrote. And this combines what Mr. Gutierrez is self-reporting to you, as well as your diagnostic impressions.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
And here, so he presented, 22-year-old male presents for an alleged assault, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, you had to say yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
He was apparently in a physical altercation with his ex-girlfriend around 4 a.m. this morning. He states he was slapped and scratched multiple times and it on his right hand. Is this a typo here?
Yes, we use a dictation system, so we actually talk into a microphone and it types out whatever we say, so that should say bit.
Okay.
But the microphone obviously didn't pick it up.
Right, so the correct word here would be bit, that he was self-reporting that he was bit on the right hand.
Yes.
Correct? And he does have several abrasions, no indication for suture repair, and can be treated supportively.
Yes.
Now, when you're talking about the abrasions, you had the opportunity to see Mr. Gutierrez that morning, right?
Yes.
And you recall that he was scratched, he had numerous scratches and abrasions on his face and neck and chest area. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. But those did not need any sutures, that's what this is saying. And
Correct.
you can just antibiotic, not antibiotic, that's the word I'm looking for, to prevent infection.
You mean like Neosporin or
Yeah,
something?
Neosporin, something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, he did have on the right distal finger, but no evidence of bony abnormality or injury. However, he does have tenderness in his right hand. X-ray performed, which shows fourth metacarpal fracture, correct?
Yes.
So he had a broken hand, right?
Correct.
And that's the ring finger, as you indicated in your direct testimony.
Yes, it's actually the part of your hand that's below your ring finger, so not the finger itself, but in your hand, that's like the bone that's right here, yes.
Gotcha. Did ask the patient if he punched anything, which is often likely the cause, which he denies, correct?
Yes.
Ulnar gutter splint applied for definitive fracture management.
Yes.
Distal neuro and vascular intact following splint application. So you're just, what does that mean? You're just checking to make sure that the splint is properly placed on his hand?
Yes. So whenever you place a splint, you want to make sure that it's not too tight, that they're still getting blood flow to their fingers and still able to, have motor and sensory there, so that you don't essentially cut off their circulation or cause a complication by putting the splint on.
Okay. And then splint care instructions, non-weight bearing right hand advised to refer to orthopedics to follow up in 1 week. So that's just, you're giving him care instructions for discharge, correct?
Correct.
Police were at the scene, although patient states he did not talk to them, but is going to the police station upon discharge to file a report. So that was reported to you.
Yes.
Social worker was consulted to provide outpatient resources, return precautions discussed. So that means he was referred to a social worker. Is that correct?
Yes, our social worker, we have a social worker in the emergency department 24 hours a day, so for various reasons, but in any assault or something like that, they typically come offer resources to the patients if they, need any counseling services or anything like that.
Now, when he reported to you that he had the bite wound on his right hand, You're concerned about infection, correct?
Correct.
So you're making sure that the patient has updated a tetanus shot, right?
Yes.
That's a shot, that's a pretty significant shot for a patient, correct?
It is, yes.
Yeah. So you advised Mr. Gutierrez that you would recommend that apparently he wasn't up to date on his tetanus shot, correct?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
I'd have to look. I'm not positive. I don't
He
remember.
was given a tetanus shot, correct?
Yes.
And how long was a tetanus shot? I mean, is that something that you can have that it protects you into the future, or should you have it, immediately when you're in an incident where that's a risk of infection?
So you should technically have one every 10 years, even if you don't have an injury. And then we recommend when someone does have an injury where there's a break in the skin, that they have one at least between every 5 and 10 years. So if people aren't certain, or if it's been more than 5 years typically, then we will update it while they're there in the emergency room.
So you would have advised Mr. Gutierrez that it was your recommendation that he obtain the tetanus shot from your hospital?
Yes.
And he did, in fact, obtain that shot?
Yes.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
You redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor, thank you.
Was Ms. Ramos also referred to see the social worker that is on call in the emergency department?
Yes.
And why was that?
Similarly, anytime somebody has an assault or is a victim of something, or if they have mental health problem, anything, that, we have the social worker there, so we have them come see them,
So that's
similarly, to provide
anyone-
resources.
I'm sorry.
I said similarly, to provide resources, again, counseling, make sure they have a safe place to go, that sort of thing.
And does that order get made for anyone who comes into the ER and says they've been assaulted?
Yes.
Okay. So you're not making a value judgment as to who's been assaulted and who hasn't, it's just based on what the patient tells you?
Correct.
In your experience, are you familiar with how intoxicated people present?
Yes.
And what types of things do you look for when you're evaluating whether someone's intoxicated?
You mean alcohol intoxicated?
Yes.
Okay. So slurred speech, ataxia, which is sort of unsteadiness of either walking or movements, drowsiness, or the appearance of their eyes. There's sort of it's hard to explain, I guess, but those are the main things that are easier to explain.
Did you see any of those things indicated by Ms. Ramos?
No.
Did you have any reason to believe that she was intoxicated when you were examining her?
No.
Did you have any reason to order a chemical test or of her blood or a tox screen on her?
No.
And Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso was also asked about his alcohol use, is that correct?
Yes.
Is everyone asked that when they come in as part of their history?
The nurses actually ask everyone about their social history, which would be alcohol, drugs, smoking cigarettes, those sorts of things, tobacco use. So those go into their medical record by the nurses that take some of that history. I ask specifically when I feel that it's pertinent to, say, an injury or something like that.
Okay, so if I could have you look at State's Exhibit 11, page 44 of 67.
Okay?
Under history, where it references alcohol use,
Yes.
does that state, it states, alcohol use details, alcohol type, beer, frequency, occasional, amount, 5 to 6 drinks, last used 6 hours ago?
Yes.
And so that indicates that Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso did self-report to have been using alcohol in the previous 6 hours.
Correct.
Okay. One moment. And same as with Ms. Ramos, do you have any reason to believe that the defendant was intoxicated at the time?
No.
Okay, so you didn't see any of those signs that you talked about for intoxication. You didn't have any reason to order any chemical tests or tox screens, right?
Correct.
Nothing further now.
You recross?
Yes, real briefly, Doctor. Patient being truthful with you regarding alcohol or drug abuse consumption, would you deem that to be important?
Yes.
So if someone comes in and denies use of alcohol or drugs of abuse, that would be something that would be concerning to you.
Yes, it would certainly not help me take care of them.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to give you your afternoon break. Remember not to discuss the case among yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to find out any information from any other source, and do not come to any conclusion until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you in about 15 minutes.
All right, so you're-
Anything for the record?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Not at this time.
Did you say 10 minutes?
I'm going to turn your attention to February 20th of 2022. Were you working on that day?
You said February 20th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And what hours were you working on that day?
I was on day shift, first shift, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m.
7 a.m. to 3 p.m.?
Yes.
Were you working as a patrolman?
Yes.
Were you in uniform on that day?
Yes.
And what was the appearance of that uniform?
Just the uniform of the day, outer carrier, you know, handcuffs, duty belt, ASPO, C-spray.
When you came on shift at 7 a.m., did you have, or did you receive any information about an incident that had happened the previous night in Painesville at 923 North St. Clair Street?
Yes.
And how did you receive that information?
Usually it's shift briefing if something somewhat major happens, or that whatever the previous shift thinks the oncoming shift needs to know, they'll just relay information of what happened, and if there's additional follow-up that's needed or things like that.
And so what information did you receive?
I knew there was some type of disturbance over on North St. Clair, in which a female, I was shown some photos of a female that was bitten pretty badly, and I was made aware that there was probable cause to arrest the individual.
Were you made aware the name and identity of that individual?
Yeah, it was Damien, I believe it was Gutierrez Hernandez. I'd have to double check my report.
Damien Gutierrez Reynoso, does that sound about right?
Yeah, that's probably it.
And so you were at the beginning of shift given that information, and why do they let you know information of that nature?
Okay, just basically in case we come across that individual, to, you know, make an arrest on him.
During your shift that day, did you have occasion to become involved in that case from the previous night?
Yes, I believe, I didn't actually hear the radio track. I believe my lieutenant did, Lieutenant Slocum, but he made aware that Damon was attempting to file a police report with Fairport Harbor Police Department because we share the same radio band as Fairport Harbor, and so he made me aware of that.
Why did he make you aware of that?
Because we had charges on Damien, felony charges on Damien.
So you learned, or the Painesville Police Department learned through listening to radio traffic that Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso had called Fairport Harbor Police to file an assault report.
Correct.
What did you do upon learning that information?
I believe I radioed Fairport Harbor, whatever unit was getting dispatched over there. I believe it was Officer Oshner. I don't remember his first name, but Officer Oshner, and I just let him know that if he could meet with me prior to making contact with Damien, and we could discuss some things.
And what was the purpose of you radioing him to meet you?
Because we were going to go over there together. I was going to go over there with Fairport Harbor Police and attempt to make a physical arrest on Damien.
Did you in fact meet with the Fairport Harbor police officer prior to him responding to Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso?
Yes.
And then did you also respond to the address that Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso had provided to Fairport?
Yes, yeah, we all walked up together.
And where was that location?
The address was 217 4th Street.
Were you aware of, well, I'll strike that. When you arrived at that location, what did you do?
Well, we knocked on the door. We asked if we could come in and speak with Damien, to which we were granted access. At that point, I believe I saw Damien. He was laying on the couch in the living room, and we walked up and just began talking to him.
And what did you observe about Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso when you first laid eyes on him?
The first thing that I noticed was that he was in a cast. He had some scratches and things.
Where did you see these scratches?
They were on his, I originally saw them, they were on his neck area, but I think they ended up being more on his chest too as well. I later photographed them.
And you stated he was in a cast. Where was that cast located?
It was on his right arm.
What did Mr. Gutierrez-Reynoso do when you entered the home and approached him?
I mean, he was very casual. I think he just sat up to talk with us. I don't know if he was aware that we were going to physically arrest him at that point or not. He was just, I don't know exactly, but it seemed like he was just going to give information and file a report.
Okay, so when you approached him, did you ask him why he had called the police?
I think before I got into too much questioning with him, I explained to him that he was going to be placed under arrest, and I read him his Miranda rights at that point for the incident on the previous night.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, that morning.
And so you informed him that, hey, you're going to be placed under arrest. Did
Correct.
you ask him any questions?
Yeah, I did ask him if he would like to fill out a statement as to what happened the night prior, and I believe he indicated that he did, but he couldn't write due to his cast. And I believe he had a friend, I don't remember the friend's name, I could check the report, but he had a friend write the statement for him.
Okay, so he agreed that he did want to write a statement.
Yes.
How did he react when you told him that he was going to be arrested?
He didn't seem too upset, honestly. I believe he did ask why a few things. He asked a few questions. I don't remember specifically what he said, but I don't remember him reacting in a surprised manner.
Okay. And did he have a friend fill out a statement for him?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he say had happened?
I'd have to check the statement to specifically remember what he wrote. I do remember what our conversation was and the follow-up questions that I asked him, but I don't remember.
What was your conversation with him?
I believe I asked him what happened, basically what happened on the previous night. He said that she kept calling him and showed up at his house because she had used the bathroom and attacked him. So I asked him a few follow-up questions. I asked him to kind of expand on how she attacked him and things like that, but he said he was intoxicated and he didn't remember.
Did you ask him any other follow-up questions?
Yep. Let's see.
Did you ask him about the injury to his hand?
I did ask him about the injury to his hand. I remember he said that he punched the wall.
Did you ask him about the police being at his residence the previous night morning?
Yeah, I did. I asked him why he didn't answer the door for the previous shift when they were there investigating the original crime. He said that he was scared.
How much detail was Mr. Gutierrez-Reynoso able to give you about what had happened the previous night?
There was not much detail. I think on several occasions he said that he was just intoxicated and he didn't remember.
After he made that statement, was he then arrested?
Well, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
After he completed his statement for you, was he then arrested?
Yeah, he was never placed in handcuffs due to his injuries, but he was walked to the back of my police car, transported to jail, yes.
Did you take any photographs of the injuries that you had observed during this interaction with him?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 12A through 12D. You can take a look at those. Let me know when you've reviewed them.
Okay.
And what are those 4 photographs?
These are the 4 photographs that I took at the jail with Damien, of Damien.
You took those photographs of Damien Gutierrez Reynoso?
Yes,
And those photographs were taken on February 20th of 2022?
yes,
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict how Mr. Gutierrez Reynoso looked on that date when he was arrested?
yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would move to admit State's Exhibit 12A through D and publish to the jury.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
They're admitted.
One moment. Okay, so State's Exhibit 12A, can you describe to the jury what is depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, it appears to be cuts on his chest and neck and face.
Okay, and that's Damien Gutierrez Reynoso.
Yes,
And State's Exhibit 12B, what is depicted in this photograph?
just cuts on his face and chest.
State's Exhibit 12C,
That was the cast that he was in on his right hand.
and then State's Exhibit 12D.
Just a different angle of the cast on his right hand.
And is there, in 12C and 12D, are there also abrasions on his middle finger?
Yes,
And did you observe those abrasions on February 20th when he was arrested?
yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Officer Smith.
Good afternoon.
Hector Martinez, I'm going to ask you a few questions. Now, you took, or the prosecution had mentioned some photographs that you took of Mr. Gutierrez on the morning of February 20th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you may I approach witness, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Meeting which has been marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit E. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes,
Okay, and that's a different photograph that you took of Mr. Gutierrez on the morning of February 20th, 2022, correct?
correct.
And does that fairly and accurately depict his injuries that you observed that morning?
Yeah, yes.
Fair question. I'm going to hand you two there. These are marked for identification as Defendant's Exhibit F is in Frank and H. So directing your attention to Exhibit F. What is that?
It's another photograph I took in the jail on that morning.
And this is more of a side view of the left side of Mr. Gutierrez's face, correct?
Correct.
All right. And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the injuries that you observed on Mr. Gutierrez the morning of February 20th, 2022?
Yes,
And then Exhibit H. ask you to take a look at that photograph. And what is this photograph of?
So Mr. Gutierrez.
Okay. And again, this is just another front view of Mr. Gutierrez as you're facing him as this is the booking area of the jail, right?
Yes.
All right, so he's already been arrested at this point in time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the injuries that you observed on Mr. Gutierrez on February 20th, 2022?
Yes.
And when you arrived at his house, you went to Fairport, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so there were Fairport officers there, and you were there as well, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so he had just, my client, Mr. Gutierrez, had just come from the hospital. That was your understanding, correct?
Yeah, fairly recently. Yeah.
And so when you walked in, he was, I think you mentioned he was on a couch, correct?
Yes.
Was he sitting on the couch or was he lying on the couch?
I believe he was lying on the couch when I originally got there.
Okay. So he was he awake or was he asleep, do you recall?
He was awake.
Okay. So he was lying on the couch. You know he had just been released from the emergency room, and you understood he was at Tri-Point Hospital prior to you arriving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But at this point in time, I mean, you had not conducted the investigation. You were just going to execute an arrest warrant for my client, Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so you were just in a little bit of an information gathering mode, but also you just had one job to do, which was arrest Mr. Gutierrez, right?
Yes.
So no matter what he told you, you were going to arrest him that morning, correct?
I'm sure there was some circumstance where he could have said something where he wouldn't have been arrested, but he was fairly certain he was going to be arrested, yes.
Now, when you saw him, you were the first person from your department to see Mr. Gutierrez, correct?
I also had Officer Palo was with me, but yeah, I don't know which one saw it first, but yeah.
So, did you know who had met with Ms. Ramos at that time?
Is Ms. Ramos the victim, I'm assuming?
Yes.
I do know, I believe when I came into work, Officer Carrillo was interviewing her in our interview room
Okay.
still.
And you didn't sit in that interview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So at the time that you went off to Fairport, when you heard this dispatch, no one it's your understanding, no Painesville police officer or detective knew that my client had sustained any injuries as a result of this altercation. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
So when you got there, and you saw, you see the scratches and gouges on his face and neck, correct?
Correct.
You didn't take pictures there, right? At his house?
Not initially, no.
Okay. And then, but you waited till you got back to you waited till you arrested him, took him into custody, and then you decided to take some pictures, correct?
Correct.
And did somebody order you to take those pictures?
I wasn't given a specific order, no, I just felt it was relevant to the case.
And also, we can see that my client has a splint on his right hand. And was it conveyed to you that my client had sustained a broken hand?
He may have told me it was broken. If he did, I don't remember. I just knew he had an injury to his hand. I don't remember the exact diagnosis that he told me. He may have told me it was broken. I don't remember.
And so at some point, he indicated that he could not write with that hand. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so there was another male at the house who, did you ask the other male to write out some answers, or did he volunteer?
I believe there was a group. There was a few individuals in the house. There was maybe 6 to 8 individuals in the house, and I asked if he had anybody that he would like to have translate or write a statement for him, and he chose the individual that he did.
Okay. And so what he told you, or what he wrote down in the statement, did he articulate these statements to you, or state these things to you in his own words, or was it just written down for you?
So I believe what happened was I asked him to he could talk with his friend and write a statement, and I believe Officer Palos stood with them while they did that, while I gathered his medical information, and I had him sign a medical release waiver, and then I followed up. I believe Officer Palos he read the statement and asked some follow-up questions, and then I read that, and then I asked some additional follow-up questions.
And so initially in the statement, he does state that she, Ms. Ramos, had attacked him, correct?
Correct.
And he indicates in the statement, or Mr. Becerra, Julio Becerra is the one who filled out the statement apparently.
Yeah.
And Mr. Becerra indicates in the statement that he filled out the statement because of Mr. Gutierrez's injuries, right?
Correct.
And he also alleges in his statement on these follow-up questions that Ms. Ramos was drunk, correct?
Correct.
And he also indicated to you that he desired to press charges against Ms. Ramos, right?
That's correct.
Did you ever, were you ever assigned to follow up on this investigation? Or
No.
follow-up investigation?
No.
So your only involvement with this case was going out to Fairport on an arrest warrant and go arrest Mr. Gutierrez, and then obviously you followed up with some questions, and then you took the photographs back at the jail, right?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
Just briefly, Your Honor, you stated that you had seen photos of the victim prior to going out to Mr. Gutierrez-Reynosa's home,
Correct.
and then on cross, you stated that you did some follow-up questions with Mr. Gutierrez-Reynosa after reading his statement.
That's correct.
Did you ask him how Ms. Ramos had sustained the injuries that she sustained?
I did, yes.
And what was his response?
I believe he said that he didn't, I'd have to read the statement. He said that he wasn't trying to hurt her. I know he did say that, because I think he said he doesn't think so, but he wasn't trying to hurt her, is what I believe he said. I'd have to read the statement to give you an accurate answer.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything based on that?
Just when you drove out there in your patrol cruiser, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you don't have any body camera that captured this encounter with my client?
that's correct. We don't have body cameras in Painesville City.
You do have dash cameras in your cruiser?
Yeah, we do have dash cams, yes.
And dash cameras are connected to an audio recording device on your person?
That's correct.
Okay, and so you didn't activate your dash camera to audio record your interview with my client, did you?
No, I didn't.
No further questions.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Can I see counsel? All right, does the state have another witness?
No, Your Honor.
And is the state resting?
Yes, Your Honor, subject to the admission of exhibits 1 through 12.
All right, and is the defense intend to present witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the state is rested. The defense will present a case that's going to be the next step in this trial. However, there's some things we need to do out of your hearing, so I'm going to give you about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back for the first witness. Remember not to discuss the case, don't look for any other information, and don't come to a conclusion until the case is submitted. So it should be about 10 minutes, okay? All right, have a seat. And the admission of exhibits,
I believe the only exhibits that have not been admitted so far are exhibits 10 and 11, which are the medical records for Michelle Ramos and the defendant.
and are you seeking the admission of those exhibits?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, any objection to 10 and 11?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so all the state's exhibits are admitted without objection.
No, let me just look at 10, 11, real quick. Yeah, those are fine.
Okay, Mr. Martinez?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this point in time, the defense would move for judgment of acquittal pursuant to Criminal Rule 29. As this court's aware, Criminal Rule 29, the court on motion of the defendant or on its own motion after the evidence on either side is closed shall order the judgment of acquittal on one or more offenses charged in the indictment if the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction for those offenses. It requires the trial court to grant the motion if the evidence is insufficient on the charged offense. I'm challenging the sufficiency of the evidence. So going through the counts here, count 1 is kidnapping. Now count 1, the kidnapping charge in count 1 is that requires a purposely mens rea. A person acts purposely when it's person's specific intention to cause a certain result. It must be established in count 1 that my client, in his mind, there was present in his mind a specific intention by force, threat, or deception to remove Michelle Ramos from the place where she was found or restrain the liberty of Michelle Ramos with a purpose to terrorize or inflict serious physical harm on her. The evidence is that there was an altercation in the bathroom. Ms. Ramos has not testified that there was any serious physical harm that was incurred in the bathroom of the residence. In fact, all the evidence to that point is that Ms. Ramos showed up at my client's house voluntarily. She was invited into the house. She thought it was reasonable to go in the house. She went to one bathroom. It was occupied. She decided to go to another bathroom, and there was an altercation. She indicates in that altercation that she was assaulted or struck on numerous occasions. However, she has denied that she was bitten at any point there, notwithstanding the fact that she was bitten, or alleged that she was bitten in the car. So there's no kidnapping in the house, and there's no evidence to sustain a conviction for kidnapping in the house. Now, when we get to the vehicle, there's evidence that my client was pulling on Ms. Ramos. She was never extricated from the vehicle. He was pulling on her, and while there is, I think, sufficient evidence of serious physical harm to overcome a Rule 29 motion for judgment of acquittal on that front, there's no evidence that in my client's mind he had a purpose to inflict pain on her by restraining her liberty or by force. So we would ask the court to grant the motion for judgment of acquittal on count 1, the kidnapping charge. Count 2 indicates that no person by force, threat, or deception shall knowingly do any of the following under circumstances that either create a substantial risk of serious physical harm to the victim or cause physical harm to the victim, restrain another of the person's liberty. So again, there's a knowingly component to this alternative count. There's no evidence that there was any serious physical harm that was incurred by Ms. Ramos while in the residence. In fact, again, all of the evidence is that this was, she was invited there and she left the house under her own accord. Then thereafter, well, there's no physical harm there. And then in the car, we would again have the same arguments that my client did not knowingly restrain her, that created a substantial risk of serious physical harm. I mean, what we have here is an alleged felonious assault case. That's what this is. It's not a kidnapping case. Then we have the abduction, the petty theft, the abduction charge. No person shall knowingly do any of the following: by force, threat, restrain the liberty of another under circumstances that create a risk of physical harm. That's obviously a lesser offense than the kidnapping, and we would ask the court to treat that like the kidnapping charges and sustain the judgment of acquittal there. Count 5 is the petty theft charge, again with the purpose to deprive her of ownership, that he obtained or exerted control over the property without her consent. Ms. Ramos got the keys back. There's no evidence that my client was taking those keys for the purpose of depriving her of those keys permanently. In fact, there's a lot of innocent explanations for why those keys were taken from her. Number one of which is that she was highly intoxicated when she came over to the house. So count 5 with regard to the keys, we would assert that the state has not brought forth sufficient evidence that my client had a purpose to deprive her of the ownership of the keys, and again, those were returned to her. Count 6 is the cell phone, same thing. The cell phone was apparently taken, but it was returned to Ms. Ramos, and there's no evidence that my client intended to purposely deprive her of the cell phone permanently. And then the domestic violence, we would, I mean, obviously there's sufficient evidence for that to go to the jury. So we would ask the court to grant our motion for judgment of acquittal, especially as it relates to the kidnapping charges and the theft charges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Excuse me, as Hector said, it is a test of the sufficiency of the evidence. And the proper test under the law is whether reasonable minds conclude that every element of the offense has not been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, The court may not grant the defendant's motion for acquittal if the evidence demonstrates that reasonable minds could reach a different conclusion as to whether each material element of the crime has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. In making this determination, the reviewing court will view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Doing so, Your Honor, Rule 29, acquittal is not appropriate here. Looking at count 1 and the elements, there was testimony and evidence presented that the defendant did by force remove Michelle Ramos from the place where she was found certainly in the car at the very least, and restrained her liberty with purpose to terrorize. She testified that she was scared. He took a phone out, called her a hoe, and also with purpose to inflict serious physical harm on her, because that's what he did. And the testimony was that he did so as he lay on top of her in the car. That restrains her liberty. That is forceful. Those elements are satisfied for purposes of Rule 29. As it relates to count 2, the defendant did knowingly create a substantial risk of serious physical harm to Michelle Ramos and restraining her liberty. He was on top of her, biting her. She couldn't get off. She was actively trying to push him off to the point where her skin was being pulled away from her skull, her face. Her face was the testimony. Your Honor, she could not move. That did create not only a risk of serious physical harm, it was serious physical harm. So that element is satisfied. As for the standard of Rule 29, felonious assault was not argued. Certainly the evidence satisfies all of those elements. Same thing with abduction, Your Honor, for similar reasons as to count 1 and count 2 that I stated. And regarding the purpose to deprive, the evidence was that the keys and the phone were returned by the defendant's mother, not the defendant. And so in as much as the argument was that the items were returned to her, they were not returned to her by the defendant. The fact that he did not have permission to have those, they weren't his, no reason for him to have them. And he took them under those circumstances. In the light most favorable to the state, Rule 29 is inappropriate. Count 7 is not being challenged.
All right. And based upon the applicable standard and the testimony, I'm going to overrule the motion for acquittal. Does anybody need to use the restroom before we get started?
No, not me.
See, who is it you're calling?
Juan Gomez.
Gomez?
Yeah.
See if he's out there. He is? Okay, you want to bring him back in then?
Yes, sir.
Be seated, please. Mr. Martinez, you can call your first witness.
Yes, we'll call Juan Gomez.
Step forward, please. And will you raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, have a seat right here. keep that chair close and keep your voice up so everybody can hear you, okay?
All right.
All right, Mr. Martinez?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gomez.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your name and spell your name for the court record?
My name is Juan Diego Gomez Villegas. Spell which one? All of it? Or
Yeah, spell it out.
JUANDIEGO GOMEZ VILLEGAS.
And how old are you, Mr. Gomez?
I'm doing good.
Pardon?
I'm doing good.
Okay, I'm glad you're doing, how old are you?
Oh, how old? I'm sorry. I'm 19 years old.
And so as of February 19th of this past year, 2022, how old were you then?
19 as well.
Okay. And where do you live?
2826 Northridge Road in Perry.
Okay. So 2826 Northridge Road in Perry. So that's off of Ridge Road, correct?
Yes.
Is that a trailer development there?
Yeah, it is.
And so who do you live with at that address?
Parents, siblings.
How many people live with you?
In total, it's 6 of us.
All right. How long have you lived there?
It's approximately 5 years.
And are you working now?
Yes.
And what do you do for a living?
I side houses for this small company called Siding LLC.
And where did you grow up, Mr. Gomez?
Grew up in Painesville, then moved to Perry.
Where did you go to high school?
In Perry.
So you went to Perry High School. Did you graduate from Perry High School?
Yeah, I did.
What year did you
2021.
graduate? And do you know any of the parties in this case? People involved in this case?
Just Michelle
Okay.
Ramos.
Do you know my client, Mr. Gutierrez?
Very little, but yeah.
Okay. So you've met him maybe on occasion?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as Ms. Ramos, how do you know her?
Just long-term friend.
Did you go to school with her?
Yeah, in high school.
Okay. So you guys are about the same age, were you in the same grade in school?
She was a grade above me, but yeah, I would see her in school.
When did you meet her, do you know?
Most likely freshman year in high school.
So I'm going to direct your attention to February 19th of this past year. It was a Saturday night. Do you remember that day?
Yeah.
And do you remember who you were with that evening?
As of like...
Were you with Ms. Ramos that evening?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Were you with another person, Ms. Rhea?
Yeah.
And her first name is Madeline? Is that
Madeline, yeah.
Okay. And was there a fourth person with you that evening?
Yeah, there was.
And what's her name?
Elizabeth Razzo?
Elizabeth Razzo?
Yeah.
R-A-Z-O?
Yes.
All right. And do you recall where you were early in the evening and when you first met up with Ms. Ramos?
She had picked me up from my place to go to a dance, basically in Cleveland.
A baile?
Baile, yeah.
Okay. And so when she picked you up from your place, you're referring to the 2826 Ridge Road address, correct?
Yes.
All right. And does Ms. Ramos, do you know where she lives?
Same place.
Okay, so her family lives in the same trailer park establishment there?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, how far can you estimate that her family is from your family?
Not even like 20 trailers. She lives more towards the front, I live towards the back.
Okay. So you could walk to her residence, right?
Yeah, it's walking distance.
Okay. And so she picked you up, she was in her vehicle when she picked you up?
Yes.
All right. And was anyone in the vehicle when she picked you up?
Yeah, she had already went to go pick up Madeline and the other girl.
Okay. So you were the last one to get picked up?
Yeah.
And on the way to the baile, did you stop anywhere, you recall?
Yeah, gas station.
Okay.
But
And-
besides that, was it.
Did you purchase anything at the gas station?
Just some alcoholic beverages.
Who purchased the alcoholic beverages?
I'm not sure. I stayed in the car.
Okay. So you did not go inside the gas station?
No.
All right. Do you recall which alcoholic beverages were purchased?
They're called Twisted Teas, Tall Boys.
All right. So when you're referring to a tall boy, do you know how many ounces those are?
I think it's 14, 15 ounces.
And did you purchase one, or was one given to you?
I had sent the money, but yeah.
How many tall boys were purchased, if you can recall?
Just two, mine and Madeline's.
Okay. And so, did you consume those on the way to the buy lane?
Yeah.
All right. Do you know if Elizabeth or Ms. Ramos had consumed any?
Not sure really.
Okay, you
I
don't
don't-
specifically recall.
No.
Did you witness Ms. Ramos smoking any marijuana vape pens that evening?
Yeah.
And do you recall where that occurred?
That was before we even went into the riding.
And at the Valet, this is on the east side of Cleveland, that's at the Alliance Center, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Have you been there previously?
Before? Yeah.
And do they serve alcoholic beverages there?
Yeah, they do.
Do you have to show an ID to get in the Valet, typically?
Typically, yes. Sometimes they don't ask. Sometimes, most of the times they do, but yeah.
Okay. Is it 18 and over that's permitted in there?
No, I think any ages are permitted there.
Pardon?
I think any ages are
Any
permitted.
age, okay.
Yeah.
So do you know how they determine who can drink and who can't drink? in the
Yeah,
system?
they give you different type of bracelets. So if you're over 21, they give you an over 21 bracelet. Anything under is below 21. It's like a different color.
And there came a point where you guys left the Valet that evening, is that accurate?
Yes.
And you went to a different club. Do you recall the name of the club?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know generally where it was located?
I don't either.
Okay. And were you consuming alcoholic beverages that evening?
At the club?
Yeah.
Me and myself? Yeah, I was.
Okay. What were you drinking?
Just mixed drinks that they had at the bar there.
Okay. Was somebody buying those for you, or were you just buying them?
Someone was buying them for me.
Okay. And you weren't driving, right? You weren't worried about that, correct?
No, I wasn't driving.
Okay. And did there come a point in time where you left that other club to go home? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, was that still the evening of Saturday the 19th, or are we in the early morning hours of the 20th at this point in time?
That would, when we left, it would be the early morning of Sunday.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time you left the club?
Around like 2 or 3 a.m.
And who was with you when you left the club?
Just me, Madeline, and Michelle Ramos.
Okay. And where was the other woman, the other girl?
We had taken her home prior to leaving to the club.
Okay. And you took her home because she had too much to drink at the Violent?
Yeah, pretty much. She wasn't feeling well.
Right. In fact, she got sick in the car, right?
Yeah.
All right. So do you recall the drive home that evening?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay. Did there come a point in time where you may have fallen asleep on the way home?
Yeah, not for long. I was awake before we even got to my house.
Okay. And so, where were you dropped off? And again, was Miss Ramos driving?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you dropped off?
Perry as well.
Okay. And when you were dropped off at Perry, were you the first one to be dropped off?
Yes.
And did you exchange goodbyes with Ms. Ramos and Ms. Rhea?
Yeah.
All right. And at any point in time, did Ms. Ramos indicate to you when she was dropping you off that she would like to use the washroom or the restroom?
In my house? No, she didn't. she hadn't asked.
Does she know your family?
Yeah. Not close, but yeah. Yeah, she knows him.
She's been to your family's place before?
Inside? No.
Oh, never inside?
No, believe so.
Okay. But it's your recollection that you were dropped off and you said your goodbyes, but she never asked you to use the restroom, correct?
Correct, yeah.
No further questions?
Cross-examination?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Mr. Gomez,
Yes,
shall I address you as Mr. Gomez?
that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My name is Rocco DePiro. I'm the prosecutor in this case, represents the state of Ohio. I have a few questions for you.
Okay.
Not many. Mr. Martinez is asking you questions regarding February 29, 2020, and you said that you recall that evening, correct?
Correct.
How often do you go out to clubs and so forth?
Me, myself?
Yes, sir.
Probably like twice a month, just weekends though.
Okay. so
Saturdays.
Twice a month. What, you side houses, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and part of your job is you're out there actually putting the siding on the house, is that
Yeah,
correct?
I'm the one that actually puts it up, yes.
You actually put it up with your hands?
Yeah.
Okay. And so, when, work all week, Monday through Friday?
Monday through Friday, yes.
Okay, do you work on Saturdays ever, sir?
Some Saturdays, not just when we're called in really.
What's that?
Just when we're called in on Saturdays, but no, mostly not Saturdays.
When your boss needs you on a Saturday, you'll work?
Yes,
You're a young man, correct?
correct, yes.
Okay, and so the weekends, is that the time when weekends over, you decided that's when you're gonna go out, correct?
Yes.
All right, do you typically go out on a weeknight when you know you're gonna be outside in houses?
No,
Okay, so typically the weekend is when you go out and sort of have a good time, correct?
correct,
All right, now this night, February 19, 2020, you remember that you had consumed alcohol that evening, correct?
yes.
Is that the first time in your life you ever had a drink?
No,
No. Okay, you had drank plenty before that, correct?
yeah, I would say, yeah.
Okay, is that something that you would say that you did regularly on the weekends when you went out to clubs after a hard week's work, side houses?
No, I wouldn't be every weekend, but most, maybe, yeah.
Most. All right. And when you acquired alcohol when you went out on the weekends, is it something that you did at things like gas stations typically? Or did you mostly do it in establishments such as the Ballet or a club?
In establishments,
Okay. So most of the time you wouldn't go into a gas station and be able to buy, right?
yeah, no,
Because they card you, right?
yeah,
Not so easy to go into a gas station and buy alcohol, is it?
no.
What about, in your experience at clubs, what would you say, you've been there dozens and dozens and dozens of times over the course of your going out to these places?
I don't really go much to clubs really, because same thing, they ID, but the buy list is where, like, that's where I would go out.
In your experience, in your life, have you consumed alcohol in clubs other than February 19, 2020?
Probably like 2 or 3, not many that I can remember.
Okay, all right. So, and have you attempted to purchase alcohol from places like a gas station or a convenience store, maybe Giant Eagle?
Attempted, no.
No. But you know it's harder, right?
Yeah,
All right. So in your experience, it's easier to purchase alcohol at a bar?
yeah,
All right. And so you were drinking alcohol that evening in a bar, just as you had done before, correct?
correct.
Now, there was nothing special or out of the ordinary about February 19, 2020, was there?
No,
Okay. Just like any other night that you might go out to a bar, wouldn't you say?
correct.
All right. And now, you, however, you remember with specificity that you drank a certain amount of drinks at a club all that time ago. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure that I drank
Yeah.
that night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure how much you drank?
Not 100%
Nah,
positive.
might be a little more, might be a little less, right?
Maybe less.
Okay. And being as though there was nothing special about this day, how is it that you're certain that where you were picked up that day? let me ask you a different question, because I want to make sure you understand, okay?
Okay.
I'll withdraw that question. Mr. Martinez asked you about this nondescript day, February 19th, 2020, and you testified you remember Michelle picked you up that day, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you guys went to this gas station. Somebody had purchased a Twisted Tea for you and for Madeline, right?
Correct.
All right, and you drank those, didn't you?
Correct.
Then you went to the Biley. Did you drink at the Biley?
A few drinks.
Alcohol, right?
Correct.
All right. Whiskey?
I think so, yeah.
All right. And then you, Ms. Razzo was sick. She's throwing up. You brought her back to somewhere. Do you remember where?
Not sure really.
Not sure, but somewhere, right?
Yeah.
But how long did it take you to go drive her somewhere and come back? Do you remember?
Not more than like 30 minutes probably.
Maybe 30 minutes or so, something like that? And
Yeah.
then 30 minutes later, you're at this new club?
Yeah.
All right. And have you ever been to this club before?
No.
All right. This club, did you drink alcohol there too?
I had one drink.
Okay. All right. So you had multiple drinks at the Biley after the Twisted Tea, and then you were at this club and you drank one more, right?
Yes.
How much do you weigh, sir?
140.
Okay. Do you remember if you ate dinner that day?
Yeah, I did.
You did. What'd you eat?
I'm not sure, but I had eaten because I had just gotten from work.
Okay, you were hungry from working, right?
Yeah.
So this was a Saturday. You remember working that day?
No, but we got out like around 12.
Okay. I guess I want to make sure to ask you these questions just to see just how sure you are about your answers. All right. So I only want you to answer if you're absolutely sure. Okay. I'm not. I don't want you to guess. Do you understand?
Correct.
All right. So you had these drinks. You dropped off Ms. Raza. You went to the club. You had one more drink. Now what about this vape pen, the marijuana vape pen? That was yours, wasn't it?
Correct.
All right. You had brought that with you out that evening, correct?
Yes.
Did you use it?
Not much, just at the Wiley, and then before the club, but that was just me.
Okay. So you testified that Ms. Ramos had used your marijuana vape pen prior to going into the Bible. You remember that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you also remember that that's the only time that you used it, correct?
Yeah.
And you remember that you had used it prior to going into the Bible, and then you also used it prior to going to the club, correct?
Correct.
It's yours, right?
Yes.
You got it to use it, don't you?
Yes.
All right. Now, so you had had those drinks, you had used that vape pen, and the effect of that is calming, isn't it? Marijuana?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe it makes you hungry a little bit, the munchies later, something like that.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay. All right, but generally it kind of chills you out, is that right?
Yeah.
You had fallen asleep in the car for a little bit, you said.
Yeah.
Okay. As you sit here, you remember that? You remember falling asleep and waking up?
Well, I don't technically remember falling asleep, so I'll say that, but I was awake when I
Okay.
got dropped off home. And
You
we
weren't
just-
passed out drunk, right?
No,
Okay, I mean, you remember, you were conscious
Yeah.
at some point on the way home, right?
the whole way home, actually.
Okay, but you don't remember every second of that ride home, do you?
No, it was a while ago, and I was kind of dozing off as well.
Okay, all right. Now, in terms of where you were dropped off, is that like your responses to the other questions? You can't say 100% whether she dropped you off at your house?
I'm sorry.
Thank you for stopping me. If you don't understand the question, I don't want you to guess. Maybe I'll ask you another question first. Do you have any family in Painesville?
In Painesville, yes.
Okay. Do you have any who resides in the city of Painesville, I should say?
Yes.
Where do they reside? Whereabouts?
Close to Harvey? Not Harvey, Heritage.
Heritage Middle School, right?
Yes.
All right, and that is over on Cedar Brook, isn't it?
I'm not sure of the name of the street.
All right, there's the Kensington Apartments there.
Yeah,
Do you drive?
Kensington. Yes, I do.
Okay, are you familiar with the roadways in the city of Painesville?
Yes.
All right, you know when you go down Liberty Street? Let me think about it. Liberty Street's right here, right?
Yeah.
You follow me?
Yes.
All right, so if you're going to your family member who lives on Cedar Brook from Perry, would you take Route 2 and get off on Liberty Street? You know what
To
I'm
go into
talking
Painesville, if I would be
about?
going,
Let's say you're at home,
yeah,
right? Ridge Road, that's Route 20, right?
yeah,
Over by Sheets over there?
yeah.
All right, and let's say you're gonna drive to go see this family member who lives on Cedar Brook. Would you typically just go up Route 20, up Ridge Road, past Sheets, get on the freeway?
Yes,
Right, and then you get off at Richmond Road, right? That exit. Is it Liberty Street?
no, I would get off at Chardon.
Okay, you would take Route 44. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, 44,
All
yeah.
right. All right, so when you pass the Richmond Street exit, there is another exit there that is Route 44, correct? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
All right, and you're saying Chardon because you get on Route 44 and it curves off the big way off to the left, and if you take that, you go to Chardon, correct?
correct?
All right, Walmart, Home Depot's there, right? But way before you get there is Tri-Point Hospital, correct?
Yeah,
Right? And then before you get to Tri-Point Hospital, there's an exit there, Route 84. You know what I'm talking about?
towards the freeway?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You take the freeway, you get off and you take a left, am I right?
yeah.
And then there's a right, and there's like kind of two stoplights there, aren't there?
Don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember, but you know that when you get to those first stoplights, after you get off, you gotta take a left to go to Cedar Brook, correct?
Yeah,
All right, then you kind of wind around, and then you come to a stop sign and you take a right. Am I right about this? You got College Hills and that on your left, you take a right to go to Cedar Brook to go up to Heritage Middle School, right?
no, before the two stop signs, there's a way that you can turn to the left at that second light.
We're talking about the same area though, it's right over here up the street, am I right about this?
Yeah,
What family member lives there?
aunt and uncle?
Your aunt and your uncle live there?
Yes,
Okay, do you ever spend time over there with your aunt and uncle?
sometimes,
Okay, what about spending the night over there sometimes?
sometimes, but not
Sometimes.
often.
Could it be that you spent the night over there on February 19, 2020?
Don't think so, no.
You don't think so, but you're not sure, are you?
No, I didn't.
Sir, thank you for answering my questions.
Any redirect?
Mr. Gomez, have we ever met before?
No,
Have I ever suggested to you how you should answer questions here in court?
no.
No further questions.
On that?
Your Honor, am I allowed to ask leading questions on cross-examination?
Well, you know that you are, so why are you asking that question?
Okay. I withdraw that statement then, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
You may step down, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to finish for the day. We'll come back tomorrow, be here again at 8:25. I note that you were all here by 8:25, so thank you for that. We'll start hopefully promptly at 8:30 with the next witnesses for the defense. Remember not to discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anybody else. Don't try to look up any information or find any information from any other source, and do not conclude anything until the case has been submitted. Have a good evening. All right, anything else for the record, either side?
Did you do your proffer?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
We're ready.
Nothing from the state of Ohio, Your Honor.
Just one thing. So, Mr. Feldman, he's not gonna be here tomorrow.
Because of holiday.
Yeah, I'm
Jewish
sure.
holiday.
Okay. My client's fine with him missing tomorrow, so I was just wanna make the court aware, make sure the court's okay with that. And I don't wanna delay the trial. And, we would like to just continue with the trial, and maybe the court can just indicate to the jury that Mr. Feldman's excused for, maybe for the day. I don't know how the court thinks we should handle that. But my client doesn't want to continue the trial, just to have Mr. Feldman here. He's comfortable proceeding with me.
All right, well, why don't you, between between now and then, figure out exactly how you want me to phrase that, and I'll do it however you want me to do it.
Okay, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, and so the interpreter is scheduled to be here at 8:30.
Okay, so